Okay. Looks like the show is getting ready to begin. If anybody is here early, give it about 5 minutes because I wasn't able to schedule this. So we don't know that everyone will be here right away. What else do I want to do? I was thinking about doing a pre-show. Yeah, my mic is on. Okay, good. Let me just open up the chat on a side device. Maybe I don't have enough internet. Okay, no, that's doing okay. Slowly but surely. Okay, the live is live. Bedtime Lullabies, yes, welcome. You're the first here and one of the founding members. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here this morning and being here again. I feel there is some echo. It's probably because I'm playing it through the phone. Yes. Colleen, welcome. Colleen Michelle Crystal. Okay, things are moving along nicely. I've got rid of the echo. I think my voice is good. I was gonna do, okay, yep, that's my channel. That's Lola. Figured out the Lola cam a little earlier. Oh no, that isn't. You guys aren't even seeing that. I've still got the main screen up. I know how to share though. I will be sharing. At this point, I don't mind giving the three of you tons of recognition for being early adopters. We're up to 39 members so soon. It's so cool. Scripsy's here. Welcome. A to B. Fantastic. What was I going to do? I wanted to do a little pre-show by showing a couple of my shorts to start. We'll see if this works. Okay, I can hear it. So let's see if I can switch it. We'll do that. And nope, nope, nope. That's the opening. That's that. Okay, I haven't quite figured this out. Let's, oh, I think I know what I'm doing. We're still a couple minutes away from fully getting started. There, I'll copy that. And then bring that over here as a browser source. Okay, okay. And not quite okay. And okay. Okay, that's gonna work. I think this is gonna work. Interact. Okay. Is this working? That's the way she became the pro se. Maybe that worked. We'll run that one more time. I think it's working. It is working. A to B says it's working. I think this is how I want to start my streams. Show like 2 or 3 of my shorts, give people a way to slowly get here. He wasn't playing. candle there. Okay, twice as good. Twice as good. Let's move on. That's still playing. I gotta. Maybe it's just playing for me now. No, there's too much going on. Oh, I'm flying too close to the sun. Okay. Interact. You need to stop. Whew, okay. I don't know if you guys kept hearing it, but I was hearing it. Okay, so there's that. This morning's show was a big episode of They Said It on Reddit, and let's see, music. Okay, no music. Okay, so I have a preview window that looks like this, and it was just playing over and over while you guys were looking at this. But that's crazy that I can switch back and forth like that, like I'm a real producer. Um, all right, how long are we in? I think it's time to actually get really started here. We'll just make sure all the slides are working. And main show, yep, that one looks like it's working as well. Cowboy Criminology, okay. Okay, well, I think we're ready to listen to the script. Where do I want to set up for the script? Let's just go here. And we will trash the secondary input. No, that was me. Okay, we don't want to do that. What do I do to get rid of it? Let's see. Aha, perfect. Go to that. No, we did screw that. Let's go back to video capture device. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's just me. That'll work. That'll work. All right, here we are in the Friday Night Ramble bunker. We're downstairs. We're having a good time. Let's see how much I want to show. We are open for business. Got some fancy lights like the YouTubers are supposed to have. Little peach there because Sarah Catherine Paulson, you're eating my peach. SKR tribute, but we're not all about flashy lights. Sometimes it's just about putting on a show. So let's get all the pieces in place. Okay, it's time. Are you ready? Let's get ready to ramble! It's February 13th. It's George Torres' birthday. It's 8 p.m. in Ocala, Florida. But no matter what time it is, where you are, it's a good day to have a good day. Speaking of good days, did you start your day with Danielle Chavon? Make sure you check out her tribute video. The link is in the description. Beautiful work by a straight-A student, Danielle Chavon. Know that. Also, well, let's just take a second. We can't just go quick to also. Let's just take a second. Also, check my They Said It on Reddit that was posted this morning. It's just finished processing. The live chat replay is part of the package. Enjoy all the fun we had in the chat. There was so many gifted memberships. It was heartwarming, incredible. It just, wow. I'm a little overwhelmed. I don't want to get myself all emotional right at the beginning here, but a special thanks to VC Wants a Pony, Bedtime Lullabies JLC, and Kathy NJ. They each became members before I did a stream after memberships were open. I'm not doing super chats. If anybody wants to give super chat money, the best way to do it is to give some memberships to people who don't have them. If it gets to a point where everybody who visits the chat is a member, then maybe I'll open that. But at this point, that's the best way to support it, is just share it with others, and we can all be members. It's all one level. It doesn't matter if you're a member or not. We're all getting the same content. We're all having a good time. So thank you to all of the founding members. Thank you for all the gifts that were given today. Anybody who does give gift memberships, I'm going to treat it like a super chat. Just put in a comment with 3 asterisks and my gift membership super chat, and whether you want me to quote some Sarah Booneism, want me to wish a personal message like a birthday message or anniversary to a loved one, um, or happy divorce day or anything like that. Um, that's the way I'll be doing that. So there's that. Um, but yeah, what we're here for tonight is Sarah Boone content. And the Sarah Boone content I'm bringing you comes to you from Cowboy Criminology. If you guys saw me sitting in front of my TV doing my first report, uh, Cowboy Criminology, I think we got to learn that he's got a very unique voice. He's got a lot to add to the conversation. The history, the videos. I made a mistake. I said it was September of 2024 that the last video was from. It was July. So July of 2024, he watched the body cams. Now he's watching the interrogation. So just to put it in perspective, this is just before Sarah went pro se. Patricia Cashman was still handling the case at this time. It was lawyer number 8. So Derek is the fellow that, oh, you know what? I can do kind of fancy things here. Hold on. Derek is, no, that didn't work. Derek is this guy here. Haha, that worked. And he's pretty cool. He's got a unique way of doing things. He's soft spoken, but he's got his opinions. He's not just saying what he's heard other people say. He's very thoughtful. Comes to it from a law enforcement perspective. And the reason he caught my interest is because he's a channel that looks like he did what I wanted to do, which is commit to YouTube posting for a year and then evaluate how it went. Because his timeline is a full year of posts. If you look at his channel, you see a lot of less than 100 views content, a lot of stuff that's a few hundred views. But you can tell by watching the videos, he put a lot of time into it. And for me, it was a bit of a lesson that don't get frustrated early. If you're going to do this, do it. And if people come, great, but don't give up on yourself before they get a chance to see you. And I think in Derek's case here, Derek put out his content at the same time we were watching all the live content. And I think the drama with Lana and Tanika was all coming out at that time. It was exciting times to be a Sarah Boone fan. And this low-key commentary just flew under the radar. So the video we're going to watch now has about 1,200 views. His channel has 597 subscribers now. He had 570 when I started this series. By all means, go over and subscribe to him. He's certainly not going to clog up your feed with videos at this point. But I think the more you guys subscribe to him and, post friendly messages saying that I directed you his way, maybe he'll join me, pop in on a stream and rewatch some of his content and give a little bit of hindsight on what it was like doing a channel for a year. I know that he's done more training. He's working on, I don't know if it's a law degree, but certainly a criminology degree. So, yeah, he's got his chops. So that's Derek. That's a little bit about that. Let's have a quick look at the chat. Make sure that I said hi to everyone. Got A to B. We got bedtime lullabies here. RN2 moms. Dabs for dummies. Fantastic. Great timing. Miss Shan, hello. Welcome. Happy birthday and rest in peace to George, says bedtime lullabies. Jenny Bailey says good night, everyone. Missed the morning, but you're here now, Jenny, so welcome to the party. Jen V2C2C says hello. LZB is here. Great chat this morning. Glad to have you back. Kel Yep is here. Fantastic. Ann McCallum, little round of applause from Ann. Thank you. And yes, we are caught up. Kel, yeah! Yeah, she's got a name change. All right, I'm going to put away the book. I always grab my book because it's like my security blanket, but I've read all my notes, so we're just going to enjoy this together, enjoy each other's company. Maybe I'll give a last little look of my, this is the cool setup. That's all the cool lights. Now I'm a real YouTuber. And, okay, that's it. That's better. Starry, starry night. Da 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 da. Okay. Are we ready to start? I think we're ready to start. Let's just do this. I think what I have to do is interact with this. Interact with this by turning off that. Okay. I think this is going to work here. Okay, that's full volume for him. Let me know how the volume balance is. Sounds a bit quiet to me. I think I'm going to pause him right away here. Did that work? Okay, we're paused. I will take it out of studio mode. I think I can still interact with it. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, hold on. Yeah, I think we're on. I get a little bit thrown off by looking at my phone to make sure we're live and realizing that we're a little bit behind. But Finding Dimes is here. Okay. So, first thing to notice about this is he's got new editing software. And the bottom bar is well, just a little note to Wondershare Filmora. If you want people to use your product, don't use a watermark like this. Um, I see that, and all I think is I will not use the free version of your product. That's what I have to put up. I know that Power Director has a little watermark in the bottom corner, and you guys have probably seen that if you've seen my videos. That's discreet. That kind of lets people know, hey, this guy created this with that. This is the guy's first video with this, and I think in his second video he gets rid of it. He even addresses why he's using it and what happened. I guess this happens to every YouTuber, but you spend 2 hour or you make a 2 hour long video and it crashes, and so he gave up on that one and reshot it. The nice thing about that for us is that he's watched the video twice now, so he's got some insight that he didn't have originally. Um, Miss Shan says cannot hear. I'm not hearing the video, and it might be because I just repaused it, but it might not be too. So let me make sure. Be a shame if that doesn't work. I think that's as loud as I can make that. Oh, but I can probably mix it a little bit too. Okay, let's see. Audio mixer. Advanced audio properties. That doesn't sound like it's for me. Okay, well clearly my mic is working. Let's just listen to him a little bit more. We'll see if this is any better. No audio. Okay, so you can hear me, but just can't hear the cowboy, eh? Okay, let me just pause that. Interact. Yeah, okay, so you can hear me, but you're not hearing Derek the cowboy. That's a problem. Let's go back to my main. What are my sources here? Interesting. Now that said, you guys heard the sound from the Brady Bunch video. So this could be a mixing problem. That doesn't do anything. No sound at all now? Not even me? Okay, we're going to look at what I can do to make this better. We'll do that. Okay, we'll go into studio mode. We'll go here. So we've got a rest in peace up for George. We'll choose the properties of this window. Local file, YouTube, watch it. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm at least audible, so that's good. I did not hear the Brady Bunch audio either. Okay, then we do have a problem. But I can hear it. Okay, maybe we've got a solution. Maybe I'll disconnect. MacBook sound. This is still work. Yeah, okay. So now we're on the MacBook sound. Maybe it'll play through this.
And I just want to thank you. It's how small channels grow. Is people find them either because they're looking for it.
Okay,
or
I think
it
this
just
is
happens
working.
to come up because of the algorithm that YouTube uses. But however you find out about the channel, a lot of times channels grow because
All right.
because the
All right.
information gets shared with other people.
So I think
uh,
when I'm
so to you
doing
three
reads
wonderful women,
that
I
don't
appreciate
require
it.
audio, I'll
Thank you
use my
so much.
headset because I
hope
think
that
the
you continue
mic
to
is just
support
a
the
little
channel,
bit better.
and I hope
I'll
that
pause him
today.
for a second. Pause him for a second. Okay. And the balance is good. And anyone wants to clip me out and do a 6-7 thing to it, you can. The MacBook sound is better. All right. Well, learning. All right, here we are. We're doing MacBook sound. We're ready to party. People are happy. And it is time to go. Can hear him now, but it is a bit low. Now that said, he is super low. Like I've got him on full volume and he's quiet, but if he's hearable, I'll try and keep my own audio down and we'll see if we can just naturally balance it. So what he's saying here is he did have a boost. He did his first Sarah Boone video and it shot up. He got some new members. And I remember this roller coaster too. For me, it was reading Lana's texts off Reddit. And God, I think that was almost 3 months ago now. It's still my biggest video, 3,700 views. It was kind of breaking news and it made me excited to, be the first on the story. Um, but yeah, he's going through the same emotions now and trying. One of the things he does, and maybe I'm a little guilty of it now too. 15 minutes into the video, 25 minutes into the video, a little slow to get started.
Um, but rather than knock him for that, I'll just get myself started here.
Is cool. So we're going through. We watched the original body cam footage of the Sarah Boone I'm sorry, of the Sarah Boone case, where Jorge Torres or George Torres was found inside the suitcase. And as I'm getting everything set up, okay. There was a couple of things that struck me that I didn't think about in the previous video, and one of the most glaring was that she asked a question about why George was red.
Mm.
And I didn't really think about it while I was doing that video, but it occurred to me afterwards that he probably died of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Okay, so I'm going to pause him here. He's second guessing himself. He correctly said positional asphyxiation. And like I said, this is July of 2024. So the autopsy hadn't come out. Just from hearing them describe it in the body cam videos, that's what he called. He's second guessing himself here and saying that maybe it was carbon monoxide poisoning. A bit of a spoiler because as the video goes on, he realizes he comes back to positional asphyxia, and so I give him full props for calling that early because a lot of people there was questions I remember going into the trial of how he died, whether he died before he was in the suitcase or, but positional asphyxia. He called it early. Second guesses himself, maybe even from the comments in the video, but he comes back.
Given the size of the suitcase and
Oh, I wonder if I
the
turn
position she stated that
my
he got into the
audio.
suitcase in, it's very unlikely, at least from what I know so far, that positional asphyxia caused that. But she asked why he was red, and the detectives talked about postmortem lividity and things like that. But it got me to thinking, what about carbon monoxide poisoning? Because when somebody turns bright red when they die, it is a telltale sign of carbon monoxide poisoning, and I'm wondering if that's kind of where we ended up here. And so as we're going through the interrogation and everything, I'm going to kind of tell y'all a little bit about what I like about uh, the interrogation, what I don't like, and just kind of give you my feedback on that. So we're just going to go ahead and we're just going to jump right into it. And you should be seeing a picture right now of the interrogation room. And if you're doing an interrogation, it's a great room. If you're conducting an interview, it's horrible. And the difference is this looks like an interrogation room.
Okay, pausing him there. So that's a great point too, and it kind of gets to the difference between an interview and an interrogation. Where with an interview, you want to put the person at ease, kind of, hey, come in, sit down, take a comfy chair. We're just here to talk. We're trying to figure out what happened. Oh, put an arm around you. We've got the Kleenex here. Um, Whereas with an interrogation, you're going into a stark room, you're in trouble. And so I think he makes a good call of just showing the difference between the two. That said, he makes a few comments about the chairs and the setup. And this is just like his last video. I think he's 2 seconds in. We're going to get about 5 more minutes of commentary here. But let's let it go.
And this is set up so that people understand how serious their situation is. And when this happens, you often have people your suspects go on the defensive. One of the other things that I don't like is I don't like that all the chairs aren't the same. If anything, if I'm the officer conducting the investigation, I would want to be in the green chair.
Now, I'm going to correct Derek here. If he was the officer in charge of the investigation, he'd be Chelsea, which means he would be pregnant which means he would not take the green chair that does not move.
because I don't want to move. I don't want a whole lot of distractions or anything. Some people might disagree with me, but I can always pick that chair up and move it closer or further away, whatever I need to do. And the reason I'd want to do that is
Thank you, Rita.
I want my suspect to be sitting in a chair that helps to illustrate or exaggerate their movement.
Now, this is a good point, and because he's a bit quiet, I'm going to reiterate when he makes the points that I really like, and hopefully you guys aren't missing the stuff he doesn't. Ooh, I wonder if I can turn on the closed captions. That's probably going to help. That's probably going to help. Yeah. Okay. Closed captioning for the win. And yes, Jenny, you're absolutely right. He brings up the lack of Kleenex there. But with the chairs, he's saying if you put her in like a kind of spinny chair, every little move she makes and when she's freaking out is going to be exaggerated. And you might not notice it in the moment, but when you're looking back and speeding through the interrogation, looking for signs of distress or where the questioning made you feel uncomfortable, by having your suspect in the wheelie chair that kind of moves easily, all those little shifts and stuff become a lot easier, more perceivable. So he does have a good point in that all the chairs should be the same, but yeah, I think Chelsea would dispute the take the green chair.
So I'm in a regular office chair similar to the one that's sitting on your screen right now. And you notice that you can see me move. You can see me rock back and forth. You can hear the chair creak, one thing or another. Part of that's the chair, part of that's just I'm
Well,
falling
closed
apart.
captions is the way to
But
go.
that type of movement is heightened in a stressful environment. And
Now this is kind of good too. We get a preview. This is kind of how most of the stream should go. Once he gets going, everything in black here is the body cam footage, or not body cam, but the interrogation room footage. He tends to stay this down here. Or, never mind. Never mind. I don't really know the drawing tool that well. He stays down there. I stay up here. We get along well. It almost looks like we're in the same room when this is going. So let's let it play.
and so as an interrogator, I want to be able to sit there and I want to be able to make notes about that, especially when I go back. I want to be able to uh, I want to be able to look at those times of stress, especially if I don't get a confession, and figure out what line of questioning was causing them to exhibit the most signs of stress. You can tell the room, man. It looks like there's been that room is well used. It looks like furniture has been thrown all over that place. Uh, as far as their interrogation room goes, it's sparsely furnished, just a notebook, 2 to 3 chairs. I do like the table.
Pausing again. I wonder, maybe I can even zoom on this. Oh, I can. I can probably do something like that. Let's see. No, but I will do this. That's the laptop. Notice how it's open a little bit? Chelsea's got that ready so that she can pop it at the perfect time. We all know what the problem with that is going to be. Oops. Oh, that's not right. Erase it. Erase it. And fix it. Okay, there's some things that aren't professional, but I'm learning. This is new. This is all new. Let's see, that looks like it's a fit. We're back. We're back in action. Let it play. Let it play. We're not playing.
And I like the table because it's not a traditional box, so it doesn't.
I do like the
it
trapezoid
doesn't-
too.
It doesn't give the suspect or the interrogator a feeling of definitive space, like this is what separates me from you. And I really kind of enjoy that. And I don't know if that was intentional or not. But
Not intentional.
I like that. As far as the interview room, I want the interview room to look like a place where people can just meet and talk and converse in a low stress environment. It should almost look like a waiting room, to get people to talk. And
I'm in the way.
I've been trained in both forensic.
Oh, that's his
and
nice room
cognitive
there. Okay.
interviewing, and they both have a lot of strong points, very few weak points, and you can.
So
you
that's
can
what
use
he
them
thinks is a better
interchangeably,
room.
whether you're dealing with a suspect, a witness, or a victim. But I want my interviews to start off non-custodial, meaning they have the right to leave. None of their constitutional rights have kicked in because
Carolina
they're
Hurtado's
not in
here.
custody. Okay, and I like that because I want whoever I'm speaking to be able to open up to me, and I want to get them committed to a story before Miranda kicks in, or their constitutional rights. And of course, the Miranda
Thank you, A to B.
are named for the 1960s case out of Arizona, where officers are required.
Just a little discussion of Miranda and where that came from, but gonna call out all the people who got free memberships: Carolina Hurtado, Miss Shan, Colleen Michelle Crystal, Rita Schuler, Laura Porter. All of you were gifted a membership from A to B. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love to have all the members. We're all on the only level. We're all, even the non-members are on the same level. We're all getting all the same content. We're all enjoying each other's company.
Required before questioning a suspect to notify them of their right not to incriminate themselves, of their right to retain counsel, the right to terminate an interview at any time, those types of things. And a lot of people think that just because an officer talks to you, even if an officer arrests you, your constitutional warnings don't necessarily kick in. If I arrest somebody and I want to talk to them about something that doesn't have anything to do with why they were arrested, I don't have to Mirandize them. In fact, I had one individual, his entire defense to his arrest was that when I put him in handcuffs and put him in the back of his vehicle, or in the back of my vehicle, that he wasn't Mirandized. And the judge, the prosecutor kept asking him, well, did he question you about the arrest, why you were being arrested? No, but that doesn't matter. And they're like, well, yeah, it does, because that's when your constitutional protections kick in. And
that's common, like especially in drunk arrest, body cam arrest videos. You'll see, like, why haven't you read me my rights? Why haven't you read me my rights? And it's like, because I'm not asking you about the crime. I'm arresting you and I'm putting you in a car for your own safety. I have no interest in investigating the crime at this very moment. So you're not getting your Miranda. But it's my right. I want my Miranda.
So that misunderstanding affects a lot of people. And so
MacBook Mike is nice, eh?
Everything you see on TV. Now, as far as the setup,
A to B, you've got a free super chat too.
that I like to do is I'd like all my furnishings to be the same. As far as all the chairs being the same, one thing or
Quick pause, but yeah, crazy how we're 11 minutes into his video. He's 3 seconds into the interrogation. Um, all Chelsea said is sit in the green chair that doesn't move.
all the chairs being the same.
Suma, welcome.
If I guide somebody into
Suma reminds me, and I'm not on all chat, which means Suma, you must have gotten something up to the higher ups in YouTube because I'm seeing your messages despite being in top messages. But if you don't want to miss out on messages from people like Suma, make sure that you've switched from all chat to live chat. Or not all chat, top chat to live chat. Or all messages from top. Whatever it is, you want all the messages. And to anyone I've missed because I haven't been on all messages, I deeply, deeply apologize. That makes me sad. But now we're all on all messages and enjoying each other's company. Let's continue. Oh, let me know if the captions, I've got them near the bottom of the screen. I can adjust it slightly to put them more in the middle. But let me know if you guys can read those during the quiet bits.
Interrogation room, and I tell them where to sit. A defense attorney could argue that my actions, my choice of words, my
Suma with loudmouth
have rendered this a custodial interview, even if Miranda doesn't apply, or even though I'm trying to do a custodial interview. And so, if I can get this individual into the room, and I'm trying to keep it non-custodial, I'm going to make sure that they articulate how they got to wherever we're meeting at, if it's the police department, sheriff's office, completely neutral location, that they were either given a ride from a friend, a family member, they drove themselves, they walked, they rode a bicycle, teleported, however they got there. I want to show that they made a conscious decision to meet with him, that they weren't under any obligation.
That's a good point. And Chelsea does that too. So he's pointing out that he always starts his interview with, and how did you get here today? And the person will say, I rode my bike, I drove here, so-and-so dropped me off. But it gets on the record that they weren't driven there by the police, they weren't escorted in, and if there's any question of whether it's a custodial interview or non-custodial, it's alleviated by that. That said, the prosecutors were totally fine to say, yeah, sure, it was a custodial interview. It's we're willing to give that, and we think that she had every bit of knowledge she needed to go into a custodial interview. That's why she was Mirandized.
Threatened or coerced to meet. The other thing I want to do is I want to make sure that they know how to get from the interview or interrogation.
One man's trash is here.
If they're not under arrest. And if they're not under arrest and they understand that they can leave at any time, that'll be the last time I mention that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because if they sit in there and talk with me and they confess to involvement in criminal activity, I don't want a defense attorney coming back later and saying, oh, well, you didn't read Miranda. Your client was free to leave at any time. Your client just chose to sit there and continue talking to me. The other thing is when I bring somebody into an interview or interrogation room, especially if I'm going to be dealing with a particularly violent offender.
Okay, so one man's trash has been here a while and I didn't see. So this is a perfect example of why you need to be on live chat, all messages. 23 people and YouTube's filtering people out like, I think you can only handle seeing 20 of them. Thank you, one man's trash, for sticking it out until Suma came in to remind me. All right, we're 13 minutes into his video and we're still talking about the chairs. That's cool. And Miranda. Miranda's important.
Macho, I'm the man, nobody tells me what to do kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to walk in, they're going to want to take charge of the interview and interrogation, and I'm not going to let them. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to do something very, very subtle.
This is a cool thing too. I'm just highlighting it again, but this is how a great little control move at the beginning of an interview or interrogation.
I'm going to tell them, hey, go ahead and just find a seat. Really, I want them to take the chair closest to the unlocked but shut door. Of course, I'll explain that the door is being shut for privacy purposes, and it's unlocked, and they can get up and leave at any time.
VC wants a
But
pony.
whatever chair
Yes,
they
thank you.
pick, I'm going to tell them it's the wrong chair, unless it happens to be the one closest to the door. In that case, I'm going to move on. But I'm always going to have another.
So he'll set up a room with 3 chairs and say, take any chair you want. But he knows which chair he wants. If the person chooses the best chair, he'll just go with it. If he chooses either of the other chairs, he'll say, oh, no, not that one. That one's mine. What a perfect way to get you off your game. Like, if Sarah came in, choose any chair. And obviously she'd want to take the nice chair that Chelsea's sitting in. Oh, sorry, no, that one's for me. I'm my back. And then, oh, okay, then why did you offer me a chair? She'd probably be stewing over that little thing without thinking about what she needs, all the lies that she's trying to keep in place. So great little move to disorient a oh my goodness, more gift 20 gifts, VC wants a pony gave out 20 gift memberships. A lot of these are going to go to people who aren't even here because we only have 27 people in the house. So my goodness, VC, salute, hats off. My hat is off. Suma Loudmouth got one. One man's trash got one. Birdie 61. Morobi. Celine. J Mac. Elena M5461. Sheila. Lore. Deb Richardson. Kathleen Roloff. Billie Jean. Not my lover, but she's still got a gift membership. Lynn the Sky with Daisies. Cuddles and Yums. Jamie Hayes. Nikki Davis. Travelin' Teresa. Sudie Vasic. Taro Brian. Angel Foreman. Linda H. K9er. Eel 828. My goodness, what a gift. Thank you, VC. That's wow. You want A to B, VC, you want anything in particular said super chat style, just throw a few asterisks. And yeah, I'll say it, Bible verses, Sarah-isms, whatever it is, you are so kind. Thank you. Now let's hear more from the cowboy criminologist and his musical chair plans.
Officer outside to make sure that if my suspect tries to run away, there's somebody to apprehend him. But let's say for example, so you got the green chair, you got the comfortable off.
So he'll sit the person by the door to make them think that they've got a chance to get away, but he'll also tell the officer outside the door, hey, I've got the guy sitting by the door. Can you sit 6 feet from the door and stick around?
Office chair. I tell the suspect, yeah, come on in, just go ahead and pick a chair. It doesn't matter where you sit. And I see him going for the office chair. I'm going to say, oh, except for that chair, because that's where I'm going to sit. And it's gonna disrupt that OODA loop, the ability to.
He's going to explain. Did you guys hear that word? OODA loop. So I went to look up OODA loop, but he's going to explain it. So now, any of you straight A students in chat who knows what an OODA loop is, go ahead and take your guesses.
To make rational thought and judgment and action, because now he's thinking, well, this is the chair that I wanted to sit in because this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, VC. The cowboy, I've got him at full, so I've added the closed captioning, and I just let me know if the closed captioning. Was there anything else I can do to make it bigger? No, I can just make it. I can just make it be. Well, maybe in the settings, annotations, subtitles. Okay, English auto generated. No, that's really the only choice. Oh, no options. Font size. Let's go even bigger. Okay. I'm gonna go with big captions. Maybe that helps. Color seems fine. Background's fine. All right. Big captions for the win.
This is the power chair. This is the center of the room. This has the most authority, whatever it is. But if you destroy that OODA loop, it throws them off their game, and that sense of uneasiness follows. So the OODA loop, you will hear military and law enforcement personnel use that term a lot, and it's basically a four-step process to how human beings make.
Okay, so there's a little. Um, it's a four-step process. It's an OODA loop. Does anyone know what OODA means? I will tell you that the acronym is OODA. OODA. Oh yeah, and this is exactly VC. Great point, and I'll take a little pause with my pause here. The cowboy has great information, but has to work on delivery. He's all information, and it to me, it reinforces the effort I'm putting into trying to make sure that my message is delivered at a nice volume, that I'm doing enough of the aesthetic things, even though I Mickey Mouse it, even though it's MacGyvered with duct tape and chewing gum. uh, I still really want to make sure that it's something that if I turned it on I would go, okay, this is a guy talking to me. And yeah, there's a lot of steps that he missed out on despite being really knowledgeable. I think that if he wants to join me, I could see the two of us being a team where I do a lot of the host type work and keep the flow of things going, and he would give the chops of credibility that yeah, the cowboy and the Canuck. I could see us working together and re- being able to work off of each other too. But yeah, there's definitely some a little bit of room for improvement as far as delivery. You know what? I was thinking about this a little bit. I bet if he's going into a career in criminology, he maybe was addressing what he might have saw as his own weakness and deciding, what, I'm just going to put myself out there. I'm going to talk to the internet. I don't know these people. Doesn't matter if they don't like me. If they do, I'm going to get better at talking just by doing this. And he does improve. Like each video, there's improvement. But I wouldn't be surprised if this was just an exercise to help him in whatever other career he's working on. And yeah, but yeah, great comment, VC.
Make a conscious decision. Observe, orient, decide, and act. And if you disrupt
Whose anniversary is it?
that OODA loop
A to
anywhere
B?
along the chain, in order for that person to proceed with another action, they have to start back at observe and then orient, decide, and act. And if you keep somebody off of their game, you keep interrupting that loop, they can consistently have to start over. So that's just a couple things that I see kind of right there. A couple observations uh, from the video, and so let's go ahead and let's watch the interrogation and let's see what we got.
Oops.
So
in
the
the
green chair that
room.
doesn't move.
Appreciate you tuning in. Yes, ma'am. Can I want to ask you about the incident room? We have a moment. Sure.
Oh, that was
So
really quiet.
obviously,
Yeah.
he received his autopsy. So I'm gonna read you your rights again because we have to talk about that, and since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them.
This is a
Okay?
second interview.
All right. So
So we'll pause quickly. I think he gets a little bit more dynamic, Suma. The preface of this video was him talking about how he ruined the last video. So he'd done a 2-hour video and it crashed. And that's why he downloaded this new software that has this banner ad right across the bottom third of his screen. So he's re-recording this, and I feel like there's that. Okay, here we go again. I have to do this. He was doing like 80, 90 view videos. He does the first one with the body cams on Sarah, gets thousands of views, and then his second video that he does and spends hours on crashes. So I think there's a little bit of little resignation in him in the early stages. But just like the body cam video, he does pick up speed. Let's see, I can pin that. Kitten Pusher says, I think YouTubers who are starting out are truly brave. Thank you. For me, if this guy did YouTube as a way to get out there and practice his voice, for me to do YouTube, I went and did karaoke. So I just put myself out there, gave it 110%. Talent is, 50, 40%. But I made it up with effort and enthusiasm and a bit of a stage show. So, but yeah, that got me a little out of my shell and got me where I was like, I can do this. I can go online. Fuck it. Fuck it indeed. Rita Schuler has earbuds coming tomorrow. Another thing is if you happen to have a Bluetooth speaker, I learned this during the Sarah Boone trial, but if you remember watching it live, there were some mics that were so quiet. So if I was listening on my Bluetooth little Wonder Boom speaker, I'd have it cranked and just barely be able to hear it. And then all of a sudden, Judge Cranick would, bless you! And it would be so loud compared to, the prosecutor walking around the room and, you're maybe picking up the sound from the lectern mic. But all right. The chair that doesn't move, indeed. Phoenix Rising corrects. I enjoy watching Danielle, Suma, and Dan and AG Tactical. Thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate it. And yeah, those aside from myself, and I do like watching myself. It's embarrassing. I'm a little ashamed of it, but I'm not ashamed to say that I do it because I like watching my shorts. I don't really like watching my long form videos too much, but I think that's because it's long, and I would feel like I can't just sit back and watch 2 hours of myself. So my trick is I'll get YouTube's AI to summarize my video, and then that gives me all the timestamps, and then I can use those timestamps to go back into the video and see what I'm talking about, and then add that to the description after. So yeah, for my long videos, that's my little trick. Phoenix Rising gives a shout out to They Caught Me. Some crime channels grow fast. Yeah, I think that's been a blessing coming into this niche is that, well, I was already active in the community chat, so some people were, slightly aware of me as, funny comment guy. So when I said I started a channel, there's a little bit more, okay, I'll go see what his channel is. And I think, your average person, if they just come into a chat and say, hey, check out my channel, and you've never heard of them before, you're less likely to go. So that worked for me. Danielle Chavon is here. Danielle, we told everyone to make sure they go to your channel and check out the beautiful tribute you did to George. We'll just take over the screen for that for a second. If you haven't gone, the link's in my description for this video. Just beautiful. Lots of people chipped in there. Suma had a message. Third Rail had a message. I've got a message. Danielle had a message. George's family. It just a beautiful little thing and appropriate for George's birthday. So thank you, Danielle, for doing that. And we'll go back to that. Yes, fine and dandy. The over the ear ones work well. Dandy is coming along nicely. Thank you. Yes. Is that a Supertramp lyric? He's coming along. Jackie Anderson says, my favorite was the JAC guy whose audio was piped in but sounded like the mic was implanted directly in his mouth. Yeah. I don't know if she's trying to ask me a question there. Yeah, he was good. Danielle Chavon, I can't stand hearing my own voice. I'm up and down on it. Like, my mom will tell you there was definitely times of my life where he really loves the sound of his own voice, doesn't he? First time I heard it playing through this MacBook from recording it, I was like, ooh, I like the sound of that. I did also find when I was in school, like, you know, how they would, read around the classroom and you just have to read a textbook and people would read like, and the dung beetle rolled across her, and everyone would read their part. I'd look forward to putting on a show and, making the encyclopedia interesting. So that's me. Deb Richardson loves watching my videos and shorts. That makes two of us. Or about 200 of us in the first few minutes and anywhere from 1,000. Danielle Chavon loves me, Dan D, her big brother. Danny C and Danny D together on the internet. West Coast Unite. And yes, Daniel Chavon, you do have a beautiful voice, as Carolina Hurtado says. Jackie Anderson, I keep forgetting to tell you the Smirnoff whipped cream. Smirnoff whipped cream, when I was in Vegas, I had kids asking me to bootleg them. They said Smirnoff whipped cream, and I had to do a double take like, what, you just want whipped cream? I thought there was like a whipped cream that tastes like vodka, not a vodka that tastes like whipped cream, but foolish me. Foolish me. Loving Dan, says Deb Richardson. All right, how far down? Okay, we're caught up. We're ready to go. Everyone's having fun. Suma Loudmouth has a pet name for Third Rail. I imagine, and I'm going to give them, we'll give them a day off. Well, a day off, an afternoon off. I was kind of hard on them in the morning with the, they said it on Reddit. But, well, that was other people. I was just reading it. But we'll give them a pass. They put out a nice message for George, and we'll just let that stand on its own. But if that chapter was doing a story about Third Rail, he'd be talking about, and then the Third Rail came. Third Rail on a Thursday. Third Rail Thursday. All right, we're going to get back to the show. Interact and play.
Interrogation.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you?
I like that.
Perfect. Okay. So this morning
So
we
that
went to
one statement right there. Has anybody
and
promised you or threatened
we were
you?
informed of some injuries
That takes
he
away
had
any issues of consent, coercion, one thing or another. This shows that Sarah Boone has voluntarily come in on her own. That is a great addition to the Miranda warnings, the constitutional warnings. I really like that.
And then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising, like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to.
Okay, real quick one there. That was a nice bit of sleight of hand by Chelsea. Because if you know what a contusion is, it's a bruise. It's not when somebody hits you or when somebody, but Chelsea deliberately uses that language to describe what a contusion is, and Sarah kind of acts appropriately. So I don't know. Nobody laid a hand on anyone.
left shoulder. Um, um, he had a cut near his like lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I haven't laid a hand on him. Okay.
I bet you did.
Also, too, he fell off my son's bike, so I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So
Okay. What about the scratches?
Hmm.
Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
Any speculation as to the reason for the cut on the back of the head like that? I remember being in a chat and somebody else took like said that they knew, but then didn't elaborate. And I wonder, would it be a mark from the suitcase or? Oh, my phone was like 12 clicks behind and it just did them all at once. She didn't. It was that damn bat. So you think a line from the bat was the across the back of the neck? VC wants a pony has the worst girl crush on Chelsea. Yeah, VC, when I was casting for my dream cast of the Sarah Boone story, I'm stuck between Alison Brie and Megan Fox. So you can tell that we're in a similar state on our Chelsea infatuation. When she came into court, I thought she looked like one of Charlie's Angels, like not Farrah Fawcett, but well, there's two others. Two others, not Farrah Fawcett. Jacqueline Smith, is that right? Maybe Jacqueline Smith. Whatever. Beautiful blowout. Looking great. We'll continue.
No idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was
Explaining injuries
All honesty.
and giving plausible explanations for the
That's
injuries.
why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over at the house too, so.
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh gosh.
From my understanding, he was there like last Tuesday.
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last.
In all honesty.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday.
Whoa. If Tuesdays was the day, then son could say to mom, see you next Tuesday.
Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within
Jacqueline Smith, super smart and fierce. Thank you, VC.
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday and then into
Why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused.
That is why I'm thoroughly confused. Great thing about the interrogation is for most of us, we know exactly what it is. And if you know what one line is, you know what the next line is. So little easier for some of us confirmed Boonophiles to get through a little low volume situation.
We had a good time.
A good time.
On a porch, having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally
Hey, Tabby.
do puzzles and play.
And play.
Listen to music. That's why
Fractious music,
nobody
but
got out of sorts. This is what's mind blowing to me. Like I had no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
nobody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head, his skull,
I have no idea.
as if something hit him?
I
Considered
have not
blunt force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him.
Sarah's clothes and property are in the heirlooms box.
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday,
so
when we took
stop
photographs
at 4
of your
minutes. She's telling the detectives that she's contradicted herself. She doesn't know how he got these injuries, but he's notorious for running into walls. He fell off her friend's bike. The only thing that she admitted to was scratching his back, scratching his back during sex. But if you
We're
look
gonna
at
pause that slightly and just give it back, but he chokes on it. Like it's like he realizes what he's gonna say and like scratch on his having sex. Like he doesn't want to think about it, and he's new to the party. It's
that she's contradicted herself. She doesn't know how he got these injuries, but he's notorious for running into walls. He fell off her friend's bike. The only thing that she admitted to was scratching his back, scratching his back during sex. But if you look at her hands,
swallow that pill, Derek.
she's doing a lot of open communication. Palms up, showing the palms.
Why? Why is she doing that,
It's
Derek?
the human body's way of communicating. I'm not a threat. I have nothing to hide. And I don't know what to think about that. We haven't really gotten deep enough into the interview to really notice anything, but we're already noticing that there's contradictions in her statement. We're noticing that she doesn't know how this happened, but then she provides plausible reasons that they could be there. But
Happy Valentine's to all our Australians. Welcome to Saturday for all you non-Australians. We've got a little taste of Saturday in the chat. People enjoying Valentine's Day, enjoying each other's company, enjoying our company.
But she doesn't know for sure. That type of behavior, throwing out those type of comments, and then displaying that type of body language, they're contradictory. You're telling us one thing, and then you're throwing your hands out. And when words don't match actions, trust the actions. Okay. But there's a
Tabby, welcome to the only level. Tabby's a new member. Welcome aboard.
Saying she doesn't know how something happened and then showing open body language. That's something that people who learn how to lie, you might call them pathological liars, will pick up on. Hey, if I do this, you have to believe me because I'm not hiding anything. The other thing is, in all honesty, to be honest.
Can I tell you guys? Can I be honest?
Professions of honesty should always throw up a red flag. Okay. In the last video, when I talked about her ex Brian, I mentioned that some of his speech pattern raised suspicion. And as a matter of fact, Brian's ex-wife commented that she didn't think her husband had anything to do with it, and that's not what I was implying. But part of doing a good investigation is understanding why people use speech the way they do, why they display the body language that they do. And a good investigation should take suspicion away from somebody. And in this case, that would be pretty easy to do. But the reason I brought up the oddity of Brian's pattern of speech was because in an investigation, it is something to look for.
This is good too. Like, he doesn't give Brian a free pass, and I appreciate it. Like, in hindsight and knowing all the info, for sure, give him a pass. But I love the way he approaches it. He's like, I'm not assuming anything. I'm not assuming they're good guys and bad guys. An ex could certainly be an accomplice. So I love that he looks at this, and he's not making judgments, but he's also not making judgments of innocence either. So well done, Derek.
Okay. Everything in an investigation should be considered suspicious until you can work through it and decide whether it's somebody's normal way of acting or whether you need to look further and start considering them a suspect. Okay. So we're going to pick it up here at 4 minutes, and let's see what else we've got.
Overall body, and they did the buccal swabs. Did they go under your fingernails?
No,
Okay. Are you willing to let us
absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day.
It was a
We've had
good day.
days lately. Even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good.
She says ex-wives and everything. How many ex-wives? George has one, right? Sarah have an ex-wife? Several? Even with ex-wives and everything. Despite our job situation. Ex-wives and everything.
Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
I don't even know where this is coming from. Why am I even here today? I don't understand. Like, I just had a great day yesterday, and now I'm here. Oh, right, George. Right.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say a
ago?
few weeks.
2 days after the fact?
A few weeks. That was the last, physical altercation
That's a miss.
between the two of you? You said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with the current rod.
And a month ago, he hit you with the curtain rod. Somewhere out there, Lauren is saying, Rod? Rod's here? Rod? And you say you were having curtain rod over.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
What's your definition of good?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me.
You got it, Carolina.
So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most
We
of
are
the time
open
I
for
sleep
business,
when I go
Tabby.
there. So,
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there has the last incident that you could remember.
George has
was the
two.
curtain rod incident, which you said was
2 ex-wives. Okay, so ex-wives and everything.
So what do you mean by he comes after you?
Winter Lake is here.
he gets
Tanika,
belligerently.
welcome. And thank you for the help
All looks through
with
my
my email. I appreciate.
I'm going to stop it there at 6. Okay, did you catch that?
I'm going to give him a second to catch that while I catch up. No, the video sound is very low, Tanika. It's his production. If you watch the original, you'll see it's slow. It's low, not slow. I've got it maxed on my screen, and it's just the way it is. Hold on, no, that's just for searching. Yeah, no, there's maybe something I can do with the mixer. Maybe I'll give it one more try. I'll give it a college try. No, not mute all. That's advanced tracks. Monitor off. Monitor and mute. No. Oh, monitor and output. No, that's no good. No, that's no good at all. That went all okay. No, that's no good. That's not going to help me. No, we've done all we can with the audio for now. I can maybe get better at it, but That's not better. No. That sounds like I'm coming from a world far, far away. I don't know if it's happening for you. No, that's no good. Turn it off. Turn it off. My God, hot mic, hot mic. Okay, so yeah, my sound is fantastic. His sound is not. Best I can do is the closed captions. I don't even think I can reposition them. That's as good as I can do. Yeah, that's. And because I'm using the MacBook, I can't even turn down my own audio to match it. So we're doing the best we can here. um, yes, switch it to live chat. I have caught up. I think Sarah is cursing George Torres Jr. Today. It's his fault. No, I don't want to report it. No, no, no. Oh my God. Just about reported you, Carolina, instead of pinning you. Those two things shouldn't be so close together. You want to pin someone's comment, and next thing you know, you're reporting them? Like, geez. Okay, we're back. We're back in action. He's about to give a little point of let's see.
Okay, what's your definition of good? It's a great question by the detective. What's your definition? Well, now all of a sudden it's, I've been good. I've been good. And so now everything's falling apart. It's like, well, you're saying that everything's been good, and you haven't touched it, or there hasn't been any physical violence. But now it's back on her. Well, I've been good. I've been good. And so it's getting harder and harder to really try to be on her side. And because she'll say one thing and immediately contradict herself. And that is something that those contradictions are things you need to key in on. One of the things that I'm kind of looking at is when you have somebody who's they've got a
creator danger, Suma.
They've got an idea of how they want everything to go, and Sarah Boone really seems to want these officers to just accept everything she says on face value.
Like, yes, she does.
Suspects, but these very subtle inconsistencies those are the things that's the provable lie right there. That's the thing you go after. That's the thing you attack. All right, so let's pick it up.
And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
At one point.
You'll see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards.
Give or take. That's vague.
And poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Why are you still?
From poking me in the back of the leg. In the back of the leg. In the back of the leg. So why are you still with him then? This is good too. Derek calls out this question both for how it's wrong and for how Scott does the best possible way of asking it by tone of voice. But we'll let him say it himself.
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I have.
Okay, stop it there at 7:10. Okay. Normally, I would say that asking a question like, why are you still with him, is a bad question. But if you go back and you listen to the detective's tone, it's more fatherly, it's more caring, it's got a lot of compassion in it. And so that's a great example of a bad question being asked in a really good way. And I don't know, I'm kind of curious to see what kind of fruit, if anything, this is going to yield. But let's take.
So that's a good point because, if anyone is in a domestic violence situation, that can be one of the, you know, you don't want to hear that if you're in that situation. Like, why don't you leave? Like, yeah, I haven't thought of leaving. It's just that the thought of leaving fills me with fear and dread, and, you know, there's more to it, right? But the way Scott asks it, he doesn't ask it accusatory at all. Like, there's that real note, like he says, of fatherly. So why are you still with him? And yeah, well, Sarah, she's not on the surface. She's not real. So that real bit of compassion just blew right past her.
Take a look.
Open him. And he was trying. He was really trying. Just, and then he starts to think about
Beth
things.
of a salesman, welcome.
He gets overwhelmed, and then it's
Oscar
like,
Lope,
next thing
thank
you
you for
know,
coming.
drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is gonna go. So I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book, or I'm gonna go for a bike ride, or I'm gonna do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever.
Agitation's increasing.
Or a weekend.
You have a good time.
Woo!
Wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more.
Stop it there at 8
previously.
minutes.
Yeah, stop it there. I can do 50 things at once and still have to remember the 50 things I have to do previously. Suma had a root canal, so I hope she's doing well. Enjoy the chat where you don't have to talk. Yeah, Suma, you're right too. I think a little of it was, to push the envelope a bit with her. But I think taking the fatherly role makes it a lot harder for her to react. If she was reacting correctly, she could have been very adamant and like, who are you to ask me something like that? If you've been in this situation, you would know how hard. She could have turned it around a little bit, but he knew that she was faking it and wouldn't, and instead, was meek with Scott at the same time that she is a monster with George. Yeah, Tanika makes a great point too, and I have thought this as well. Knowing everything I now know about Sarah, I see this so differently. She really thought she could talk her way out of this. I almost saw this interview. The more I saw it, it felt like she went into it thinking it was a choose your own adventure novel. And as long as she made the right sequence of choices, there was a scenario where she could get through the book and get, through the interrogation. And that's why she keeps saying things like, I don't know what you want me to say or how you want me to say it. Because she thought there was some magic phrase that was going to be like, oh, not intentional. Fuck me. I know you said it, but geez, now that we can think about it, was it malicious? No, and not intentional. Fuck it. Go home. Here, take a gift card for Publix. Get yourself some wine. We're really sorry for wasting your time. Try and get some sleep. Poor girl, you haven't slept.
Catch that. Okay. I know it's hard to see. It's a super grainy video. Not the best interrogation footage I've ever seen. But if you're looking to design an interview and interrogation room, you want to make sure the camera placement's great. I've got no issue with that. The camera quality is suspect. But one thing that I'd want
The camera quality is really 2002, like for how much we've all watched it. Wouldn't it be something if we had a high definition camera in there where you could actually see the facial expressions? Like we've all seen enough of Sarah to properly imagine them, I think, but it shows exactly how crazy she is that that interrogation video went viral because there's a lot of strikes against it going viral.
A jury seeing this to see is when she starts crying, she starts getting emotional, and then she stops, and there's nothing there. It's a very hollow. It's an act. It kind of reminds me of Sally Field. That's kind of her trademark, doing the crying in tears thing, and then flipping out into something else.
Oh my god, you like me! You really like me! Sally Field. Great actress, great actress. One of the great scenes is, oh god, I don't want to ruin it now. Richard Dreyfuss, Sally Field, back of the bus after the wedding gets called off. And then there's that long, long shot of them realizing now they're stuck together. It's real exciting to run off with the guy who interrupts your wedding. It's another thing to be on the back of a bus with nothing but your future and bad decisions ahead of you.
She's almost trying to do that same thing where I'm going to break down, I'm going to gain my composure. And one thing I wish the detectives had done is put a box of Kleenex
Here's the Kleenex.
just out of arm's reach
Oh,
of Sarah Boone.
he's scandalous.
Because if the tears were real,
Scoundrel detective. He's saying to put a Kleenex box just out of her reach. Because if the tears were real, you could offer it. And then another little thing that he can look at in the interrogation. But the Flying Nun was Sally Field's beginning, right? Yes, the Flying Nun. We'll replace that.
the detective could reach over, grab a Kleenex, and hand it to Sarah, but there's no sniffing. When you start crying, you release mucus in the sinuses. You do that sniff. Tears start streaming down the face, and we're not seeing any of that here. So
exactly. So she can replicate the sound of somebody who's emotional. She can replicate, the noises that she's heard people make when they cry, but you're not going to get that physical reaction of the mucus building up in your nose and that sloppy she's got none of that. And she's so quick to flip from tears and sadness to, you guys don't understand me, you all are trying to assume. It's insane.
High quality, high resolution video camera system, that box of Kleenex would tell the jury a lot. Well, did she start crying in the interrogation room? No, she didn't.
Yep.
Were we not listening to her cry? Well, crying is usually associated with, the loosening of mucus in the sinuses and, watering of the eyes, and none of that was present. So that can tell a jury a lot. All right, so we'll pick it up here at 8 minutes.
Prior that I need to get done. He didn't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but had smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job.
Now, I talk about this in the car interview one, so she's returning to this theme. She's trying to plant seeds as though George was depressed, which is so weird for how he died. Like, it'd be one thing if, there was a question of it being, a self inflicted death, but there's no question about it being self inflicted. I think there's a piece of her that thinks that she can claim that he just gave up on life during their game of hide and seek, and so he made the conscious decision to die. Even though he could get out, it would have been easy enough to come out. And I think she even says that she expected him to come up and have sex because that's what they did too. I can see why he was having problems swallowing that. But yeah, he was going to just come up out of the suitcase and then wake me up for some sex, like we always did. But yeah, this is so weird that she's trying to plant seeds of depression as just another weird way to blame this on George.
And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees.
Bad manager.
Had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife.
So, what had a huge bearing on why Sarah would drink so much? Sarah's so insightful, I guess knows George better than she knows herself, literally, because she knows why George would drink so much, but has no clue why she drinks so much. And she does drink enough to think about why she would drink that much, but no clue.
Is bonkers. She was all over him all the time.
If you made a drinking game out of every time she said I,
How can I send you money when I
you'd
don't
probably
have
end
a
up with
job?
cirrhosis before the end of this video.
To take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the paint to try to get him off of it so he don't have a drink. Or he
Got the puzzles and the paint so that he doesn't have a drink. Jackie Anderson's thinking about getting a cat and naming it Eli. If anything goes wrong, I could just picture the dog. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but Eli doesn't have a green card. Dog would totally rat out that Eli cat. Name the dog Kim.
he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of
It's got to interrupt Sarah's bullshit with some non-bullshit. VC Wants a Pony writes, I'm depressed. I beat myself in the head and suffocate in a suitcase. Said absolutely no one. Tabby believes her brain is totally pickled at this point. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. There's a story of Phineas Gage, and Phineas Gage was a railroad worker that got some sort of mishap. A spike got driven through his skull, like I guess through one eye socket, and damaged his frontal lobe where the amygdala is. And the reason it's a known case, he didn't die. So if you look up Phineas Gage, it's Phinaes and then Gage. It's a psychological study in how that part of the brain affects your behavior. Phineas Gage, before this had happened, was a bit of a teetotaler. He was a religious person, very devout, very pious. And after he was a cursing, drinking son of a bitch. He was getting into fights at bars. He was a complete personality change. So there's something to be said for it. You do enough frontal damage, and we know Sarah was notorious for injuring herself. She's always got those bumps and bruises. So, yeah, I think she very well could have been notorious for self-injuring herself to the point where brain just didn't work the same by the time she made it to 40, 41.
him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk.
He's not smashing your TV because he's belligerently drunk. He's smashing it because you said it would be fun. Here, I'll put it on video, smash it, and I'll help you bring it outside. Okay, this is Cowboy's commentary, not the Canuck.
Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down.
The buzzles in the paint.
Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you,
It
I
was
mean,
the
you
weekend.
told me on the, yeah, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one.
Number
I do
one.
not
Stop
want
at 10 minutes and 4 seconds. Okay. So she's giving it.
This is cool too. I like, you hear him calling out the time. He's self-producing just like I am, probably with less software though. So he's just watching the video, recording himself 100%. Then he's going back and cutting in the video to match up with what his reactions are, which is not a huge step different from what I was doing by doing reaction content in front of my TV.
Explanations to why he drank, to all the stressors in his life that contributed to the volatile relationship.
No, you're
But
not,
it's back to
Tabby. It's 100% not you. His audio is super low, and we'll get better versions. But I think part two, he must listen to what he made on this one, and he improves the audio. So when we get to the second half, it'll get better. It's as good as it gets. But yeah, read along, and I'll make sure anything that's worth taking an extra look at, we'll take the time to take an extra look at it. Yeah, I 100% agree about the audio issues, and this is part of the reason why I'm featuring his stuff, is because there's lots of little production errors that probably led to people turning off his videos initially that would have appreciated the content, but it's a bit of a struggle to get through some of the times. And while we're all together, we can do it together, and with the captions and a little bit of rewind and time to sit on each of these things, we can get all the good info that he's given us. And yeah, maybe he'll come back. Maybe we can find a way to get him to live react to new videos with me, and we'll get a good audio take of it, put it as a collab for him, and get him his watch hours and subscribers so that he can get all his old videos monetized too.
what she was doing to make things better. And did you catch the crying again? It started up. It was going. She was getting very emotional, and then boom, she made that turn, and she's fine again. She's back to being composed. All right. If you look at the female detective, her body language is very closed off.
Real quick on who this is, because Tabby's asking, and Winterlake, stick around because the gifts have been going out fast and furious. So if you're able to get a gifted membership, there's very generous people who've been given gifts so far quite well. Tabby, this is Cowboy Criminologist. This is a guy who was doing videos for a year ago. This video was from July of 2024. So this came out at the same time we were obsessed with the pretrial hearings. His last video on Sarah Boone came out in September of 2024 when we were obsessed with the trial starting. His whole channel flew under our radar. He did a lot of other videos about other subjects. So I think the algorithm didn't know to, send him to Sarah Boone fans. And, we're seeing some of the production issues too. So there was a few reasons why his videos flew under the radar, but when I was doing my research about starting a channel, I wanted to make sure I wasn't just doing something that someone else had done. And through that, I got exposed to a lot of channels that definitely got a good start, put in a lot of work, but just never made the next jump. And but yeah, I didn't. I wanted to highlight those channels, especially the ones that I thought did some things well and just got missed. So that's why we're doing this.
Almost like she's already made up
Winterlake
her
got
mind
it. My
about-
goodness. Okay, we're going to take another pause. You talk about gifts, and then all of a sudden, everybody's gifting. What just happened? Poor phone. Okay. Whoa. 10 gift memberships from Jackie Anderson. Thank you, Jackie A. You are a true fine and dandy. Winter Lake got the first one. Boye McChristopher got the next. No, that's in there. Glass Bandicoot. Donna Barkley. Ginger Snaps. Kells Welsh Angel. Luther Rose. Mystify. Nice. Eyes to See. Tabby LH. Oh, that's the giving a little congratulations to Winter. Okay. So we have a lot of members in here. This is fine and dandy. You guys are the finest and dandiest.
About how this is going to go. And you know, there's nothing implicitly wrong with it. I prefer the posture of the male detective leaning forward, being more interested, being a little more engaged instead of the authoritative. Nothing you're saying makes sense. So when you're in this type of environment, your facial expression, your body language, everything you do sends a message. Make sure you know what you want to communicate.
I don't like being non-complimentous, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So,
I'm just saying you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're
See the
not
female
alcoholics.
detective?
I'm not.
We are not.
I'm not.
But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like...
She twists her head like, well, I imagine like the deaf, or no, it would be the blind dog doing that. But why would the blind dog do? Yeah, the way she reacts to some of these, like...
What is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand?
No.
And it got physical?
No.
Or is it...
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time.
What a fucked up thing to say. Like, just marinate on that. Sunday was one of the better days we'd had in a while. This is what? This is Tuesday she's in here? Yeah, because Monday, they're there. This is the next day. So she knows Tuesday was not the best day. Tuesday's the worst day.
Uncompass mentis.
With my dog. You
Wow.
can see that too on the
He just got the compass mentis.
the dog. And dancing around, having
Your facial expression, your body language.
a dog. You can
Wow.
see that too on the
asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're
See the
not
female
alcoholics.
detective?
All right, little thank you going out to Tanika. Tanika's also sent out 10 gift memberships. So welcome to the only level. Barry Adams, Amy Robinson, Shiloh Gal, Lori M, Crazy Mom Nat, Faceted Dreamer, NJ Linardos, Jesse Bees, the Lucky 8%. You are part of the Lucky 8% that received a gift. Very close to 8%. I'm up to about 750 subs. Only 10 people got them. Yeah. Lucky 8% got one. And the first I'm free to be me. And you're free to be a member of Dan D True Crime. That is super, super cool. Barry Adams is in the chat and thanking. Yes, Barry Adams, come on down. It's The Price is Right. You've been selected. If you get down into contestants row, don't bid $1 more than the last contestant unless you're the last contestant. So stupid when you see second and third contestants. $1, $2, $3. Okay, it's between me and the only other person. Bum, 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 bum.
I'm not.
We are not, but you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out,
Marchie 420's
like,
here.
no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys
No.
it got physical?
No.
Or is it...
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time.
Uncompass
He's
mentis.
dancing with my dog. You can
Wow.
see that too on the pictures. Him loving the dog. He loves the dog.
You notice the jealousy there? He loved the dogs. Loved the dogs. Now we know she says he didn't love the dogs and he wishes that she would see their bloated corpses. Clearly he loves the dogs. The bloated corpses is the invention of the story. It's the progression. It's the this isn't fitting my narrative. Let me change some things to make it fit better. But he loves the dogs. In fact, she even thinks she has pictures of him dancing with the dogs on the phone.
And dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy, kind of thing.
Good follow through.
He doesn't know. I can't. I mean, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you? Like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle is gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle.
Okay, we need to debate that now because that was from previous. So did she have 2 bottles of wine? 2? Did she have 2.5 bottles of wine? Did she have 1.5 bottles of wine? I lean towards 2.5. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there that say there is no leftover wine. If Sarah's drinking, all the wine's gone. And that's a fair point. That's fair. Like, I can see, certainly wouldn't bet the mortgage against it, or even, the rent. But I think there's a chance that there was leftover wine. And the reason I think that is the way they kept going back for magnums. So they would drink. That's fucking not enough. Publix, we go! And they go to Publix and they get another magnum and they drink that up. And if they want more, maybe they get a third magnum. And then that one, fucking wasted. Put it in the fridge and have a Dr. Pepper in the morning. So I think there's a possibility there's leftover wine in the fridge. It's not leftover like, hey, we bought a magnum and we didn't drink it all. It's leftover, we went out, and then we passed out halfway through the 3rd bottle. So I think it's very possible that it's the full 2.5. I think that there was some leftover. They drank that, hey, let's, get our morning drink on. That'll give us the energy to get to Publix and get that full bottle. Then they go to Publix, get the full bottle, which is on camera, the both of them, not just George as she lies. Then they drink that and they go back for bottle 2 on camera. So I think strong possibility. And maybe even, maybe they just had 2 and in the morning there's that little bit that she's, telling Mr. J about. And that's the stuff that she mixes in with her Dr. Pepper to, little hair of the dog, get the morning started and get rid of that cotton mouth. If I could just get a spigot of water.
How'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Cause I know
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what
Literally.
He'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Is that what he did Sunday?
Yes, only 2 empty bottles were found. So that is a good point, A to B. I think it's possible they got rid of one on the way to Publix in the morning when they still were compos mentis, had their wits about themselves. Bottle 2, bottle 3, they stayed in the trash because I'm not going anywhere and fucking loaded. But it's possible that they took bottle 1, threw it in the trash on the way to Publix if they were walking there. But yeah, we can't know for sure. I think that any possibility of more is reasonable. It's reasonable to think she drank 2.5 besides just 2. 5 bottles between 2 people.
With bottles. So that's trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen.
Another little tell. She says, that's him trying to be nice. That's just him, so I don't have to do it. Well, why would she have to do it if she doesn't drink? She can't drink. She doesn't drink. So, yeah, it's that she's self snitching without realizing it. And little props to CLR, Bruce Rivers. Why did I forget his name for a sec? My goodness. I was going to call him Bruce Lawyer.
Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
So, where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday?
Gonna have a pause on one man's trash. One man's trash brings up, does anyone think it would have been manslaughter, 10 to 15 years, if she would have said that she just passed out and George didn't have all the injuries? So I think it's clear from the fact that she got a 15-year deal right up on the day of trial when all the evidence was prepared, all the work had already gone in, and still they were willing to give it, that 100% I think she could have gotten a 10-year deal. If she just, well, maybe if she didn't record the videos. The videos are damning, right? So if she doesn't record the videos, well, let's even say she does. So she records them, but she just stays with, I was fucking wasted. I'm a fucking alcoholic. Ask anyone. Ask all the people who hate me. And they would probably confirm her story. She doesn't want them to confirm her story, but it would have been a lot more believable to say, oh, that fucking drunk. Yeah, no, we don't like her at all. She's fucking loaded every day. So yeah, if her story was, I was just blackout drunk and I don't remember what happened last night. I don't remember what happened last year. How old's my son? I thought it was summer vacation. Fuck, it's February. That would have gone a lot further to, where the police, oh fuck, she's just an idiot. Just put her in jail, let her think about it. And yeah, maybe they just do the 10-year. Maybe they do like reckless endangerment or some, I think it's a great point, one man's trash.
You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know.
Too much togetherness, Barry Adams. That is almost like, for me, it reminds me of the Seinfeld episode where George is trying to explain to Jerry how worlds will collide. You love me. I'm, fun George. But relationship George and fun George are different circles. And if these two circles collide, worlds collide. And Sarah's trying to do the same sort of analogy towards relationship friction, and if there's too much togetherness, there's friction. Like most of her analogies, it goes nowhere.
I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you.
Again, if I'm drunk and drinking with someone, I'm not going to tell them, hey, slow down, it's starting to catch up with you. I'm like, oh, we better slow down. I'm fucking wasted. Are you wasted? I'm wasted. We drank the same amount, so you're probably wasted too. But it's a personal thing. It's not, hey, you better slow down. You're fucking wasted. The rest is for me.
Slow down. And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like just it makes me fractious listening to his music.
Oh, I love thinking of fractious Sarah. Ooh, I hate this music.
Just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine because I mean we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break. Now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down. We're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies. We're watching movie trailers while we're.
This always makes me sad, so especially today, but thinking that George was watching movie trailers for movies that he would never get to see. Yeah, just a sad little detail in this sordid tale of lies and It's just a real moment. He's, just wanting to, find out about the new Superman movie, or I guess maybe it would have been Superman at the time. The Wonder Man, Superman. Well, didn't miss much with that one, but still, it's just sad. Like, those trailers were watched, never getting to see.
doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him because I think that's what he's used to is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me. Getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So
On your laptop, you're talking about?
Mhm.
Like, okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
But you said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship. You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole. Like,
A
how'd you
George
treat?
divided
You guys
against
start
itself cannot
Can I
stand.
tell you this? It made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through because
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughters,
stress,
yes,
nothing
No.
relationship-wise though. Like, no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about
just
like
what
Just gonna pipe in again here because the chat's getting super interesting. Tanika is asking Daniel Chavon, do you think she marked the bottles? She seems so salty that he drank without her. And I'm pretty sure what Danielle is referencing is, I know how much vodka was in that bottle. How much did you drink? I don't know. Enough to get drunk? There was enough for 2 people to have a really good time. She didn't measure it. I don't think she put a line there. But I think mentally she's like, there's enough to get fucking drunk. There's enough for both of us to get drunk. But yeah, I don't think she's a measurer because she would like, measuring it almost is like saying that you're not drinking anymore. So it's an extra step. But I definitely think, and it was just probably even wrong memory. She would probably remember when the bottle was half full. Poor George might have 2 more drinks out of it, and all of a sudden, you drank all of that? There was enough to get drunk 4 more times. You all assume that I'm not going to realize that you took it?
what's going on right now. I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest.
One man's trash thinks he does mark the bottles.
He's going to erupt.
See, I think the marking would it would mean that she would have to inventory her own drinking. So I think it's a mental image, but I think there's definitely some inventorying going on, but I just don't see her as the pen and paper type person. She's more of a, I've got a sense of how much was there.
Right. And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship,
right?
where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me.
Put it on
I'll
me.
figure it out for you. Like I have almost everything.
The exaggerated body language too, like I have with almost everything. Like Derek was pointing out, pathological liars will learn the movements that people associate with truthful people and emulate those while they're giving conversation. You see talk show hosts do it constantly with their hands because they've been trained on how to give body language and they want to present it open. I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I can't even get my hands on the camera while I'm trying to show this. But professionals do know what they're doing, or professional liars, amateur liars with a professional desire. But yeah, from just habitually lying, she's learned, I gotta put my arms out there. That's what people do when they're telling the truth. She was looking for jobs. Yeah. Yes, she was. Although, can you blame the entire state of Florida for not hiring her? Like, I've been in a hiring position. I definitely would have red flagged that. I'll tell you a little trick. We used to put 110 on resumes that were like just automatic no's. Like somebody would come in and it would look, I don't know, just look bad. So you'd see whatever the reason, or maybe they came in and they were smelling like booze, but had a decent resume. So you'd write 110. There we go, 110. And then what 110 meant was no. You just draw that little line there at 110. So anyway, we would 110 the resumes to let whoever was hiring know that our first impression was no. We don't want her here. Ugh is an emotion. Yeah. Surprised we didn't see any Ugg boots in Sarah's house, for what a fan of Ugg she was. CJ and PA brings out, oh God, no. Proceeds to move fingers one notch below. Yeah, that's about right. How much was in the bottle? About that much? Reverse. Poor weather girls. So it was about that full? Oh God, no. Maybe there. Okay, half a bottle. Half a bottle. I was appreciating Danielle's cigarettes there too, VC. Let's continue. We are 42 minutes into
So
his
for us.
coverage, 2 hours into my
But it was,
stream.
I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room. And then starts talking because I think he gets comfortable.
Don't mind me, just plugging some stuff in.
Day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night.
Oh, I didn't even
I
sleep.
missed him a lot.
We know how Sarah loves her sleep. I just wanted to sleep. All I wanted to do was go to sleep. He wouldn't let me. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep.
Any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and
I never stopped.
He never stopped.
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
yeah, we just don't. I mean,
That's my favorite too. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him. Yeah. Chelsea's yeah is like, I would like to make a song with just using that. Like, oh, oh. You know that song that diddy bum bum. Ooh yeah. Diddy bum bum. Ooh yeah. I'd like to replace the yeahs with Chelsea's. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Better
how
than
he
I
got
did.
these injuries and
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, just kind of like a proof and just in general.
Where are the tears?
Documenting at one point, but that was way before. I think the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go to see your probation officer.
Unsolicited proffer of honesty.
Court order. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions too. I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at
stop at 1802.
Yeah. You talk first,
Surely
Derek.
I'm not the only one who thinks that's weird. You're in this volatile relationship where you start documenting acts of domestic violence almost nonstop,
Mm-hmm.
but then
But then what?
after the last time he was arrested, you stopped doing that. Interesting.
So yeah, that's we all know her journal of lies is fake and faked and all of that, but here she brings it up in the journal, in the interview. I did start documenting, and I was documenting. You will see on my phone photos and videos, and then I just stopped doing it after the last time he was arrested. Why would you stop? And yeah, good for you for noticing that, Derek. Let's continue.
Interesting. Let's pick it up here at 1802.
She knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is, and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his
It's gotten even quieter now, just so you guys know.
matters intervention program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it, and would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together.
If you're looking for a provable lie, that would be a good
Actually
one.
learning this in class, and some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because
Lies, lies, lies.
a video that he watches to make him feel
Let's talk about this real quick, though. I bet if George did have to go to a batterer's intervention program, that the people he would have met in that program, if they didn't like tell him like, "Hey, man, you're not one of us," he would have known, "Hey, I'm not like these guys. These guys are fucking assholes." You would know that, and then the reality, it's one thing for him to realize that he's not a batterer. It would be another thing to realize, wait, everything you're saying is true about Sarah. Everything you're saying about these guys here, and me, because I'm stuck here, applies to her. I know somebody that does A, B, C, D, E. So if anything, I think George may have been educated as to just how awful Sarah was at those meetings, and maybe that even spiraled down their relationship a little bit, because instead of him being powerless and just her whipping boy, he was starting to stand up for himself, and that led to 6 years ago.
that way, where it's like, oh man, I had done her wrong. But he changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
When I tell you I love him, I love him.
When you have less than you have feelings.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, and they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee, and I don't know if you would like to see it on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop.
Thank you, Phoenix Rising. I appreciate it. This is why we do this.
I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
Had him arrested how many times, but you bailed him out. I know. I did pause it, right? Yeah. And CJ and PA brings up those he called his R-tard papers, according to Sarah. Those classes were to get him to fall in line to everything she said. Yeah, for Sarah, the classes were the documentation. They were the diploma on the wall. I live with a batterer, and look, he's going to these classes. I bet she dropped that information into every conversation with the property manager. Like, oh, I would be there, but I have to bring George to his batterer's intervention class because look at all these wounds I have from walking into the hall tree. Yeah. Boomshiki, welcome to the party. Boomshiki says she must have been a dynamo in bed because I can't think of any other reason to be with her. Thank you for bringing that up, Boomshiki, because before I get back to it, I will address that. I think you're 100% right. I think for George to have been interested in her, if he's got a background as a ladies' man, something kind of, whatever. Not going to judge. Everyone has their own interests. But they probably got their freak on that first night, and it was like exciting for both of them. I think Sarah's journals, the reimagined memoirs of, outlandish lies, they could very much be the fantasies of a madwoman. And whatever happened, it might have just been a messy night of passionate lovemaking between the two of them while she was bucking up from Brian. Uh, it may have been all those things. But to Sarah, that wasn't enough. I think to Sarah, she liked both. I don't think like a Harlequin novel, like just this over the top, sappy, unbelievable. That's what she wanted her reality to be. And now think of like a 50 Shades of Grey, any kind of hardcore erotic literature. I think she had some sort of fantasy of herself in that role and reimagined her first date with George to be, the part that got cut out of 9.5 weeks. Um, yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for that. She didn't have milkshakes, so she had to do something to bring the boys to her yard. Let's get back into the video.
Then you also went down and mailed
I know.
the next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What's I gonna say?
That's another one from Chelsea. So Chelsea, because Sarah is talking like I did start to document and I did start to do this, and then Chelsea says, "What's on your laptop?" Don't want to go too far back here. 47, 24. 20 seconds back.
I would just sleep, and I don't know if you would like to see it on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have prior to classes in PO.
Got to address VC wants a pony. Says, let's be real, Dandy. Men love crazy women. We're maybe at the end of this, we're going to watch a video called The Hot Crazy Matrix. And yes, men are attracted to crazy women, but men who approach life with strategy, with logic, with a little bit of rational thinking, we prefer to plot women on the hot crazy matrix and still steer well clear of the Sarahs that are in our lives.
Kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
Then you also went down and mailed
I know.
I know.
the next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What's on your laptop?
What was I gonna tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order because I would kick him out. His parents.
So she wants them to do a forensic check of the laptop to find the search she did for a restraining order, as though that's like some sort of exculpatory evidence that's in her favor. I should blow out before I talk. But do you see how disappointed Chelsea is? Like, oh, yeah, okay, the restraining order. I really want to open up this laptop here that... Oops. This laptop here. Nope, that's this. This laptop here. That is sitting wide open. Well, not wide open, but just open enough that there's no battery. So you can see it open. We know that's not going to be good for anything, but continuing. Interact and play.
bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just
Okay.
started throwing all his crap in.
So once again, we hear that crying, and let's give her the benefit of the doubt that she's able to get a hold of her emotions quickly. Okay. Even still, most people who start to cry in a high pressure situation like that, when they feel like they're being attacked unfairly, sometimes they're not crying because they're sad or they're hurt. They're crying because it's anger. And so I'd at least expect to see her doing that, and I haven't seen it. So the male detective seems to be doing a really good job letting his partner run the interrogation, and when there's a lull, he asks another question, which kind of gets things back up and going. So
Scott does a really good job in hindsight because, you know, we now know that Chelsea was just basically taking her first steps as a lead investigator. And good for Scott for not taking over, like letting her make mistakes. This is a good case for it. Like, you could make a few mistakes and the evidence was going to back you up anyway. So, in hindsight, there's a lot to like about even Scott's second fiddle attitude. And as a law enforcement professional, Derek, the cowboy here, recognizes that Scott did a lot of things right and, you know, stepped in when he was needed, but gave Chelsea the chance to, you know, be a lead investigator.
you know that's pretty good. I like that. They seem to work well off of each other. So pick it up here at 2030.
Throwing it, like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me. So
He pursues me. So we've seen the messages. He pursues me as her need hugs now. Not pursuing afternoon. Oh, you know what? I've just cut up your birth certificate. Fuck the hugs. Fuck you all. Fuck the whole family. Hey, Sarah. I was at work. I was doing some stuff with my dad in the yard. Wow, that's super mature. Wow.
I don't know if y'all know where Katie Wakefield is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike.
Jerry Orbach. Yeah. Yeah, Scott's the total Jerry Orbach.
The wall, stand on top of his
Good
bike,
call, Barry.
his head over, because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he's gonna do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got.
And that we also know she knew when he was getting off work, so she knew when to hang out on the patio outside. And she'd smoke cigarettes outside to, you know, make a show of her not smoking in the house. Here I am, I'm out here smoking on the patio like I'm supposed to. Hey, property manager, I know you'll be going by now so you can see me smoking like I'm supposed to. Because I don't smoke inside, that's against the lease. Oh, George will be coming by. Hey, George, what's up? Just hanging here by the dartboard. If you want to come swing on by.
Not like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whenever it was.
Lenny Briscoe.
I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens.
Too much togetherness.
I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book. But what did he say? Every waking moment, he wants to be with me.
Every waking moment.
And mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs.
Now that said, God, the poor hallway video. Don't bother me, and he goes and sleeps against the door. And, you know, why are you here? I didn't want to bother you. I just wanted to be close to you. Fucking sweetheart. Like, you know, when we're talking about damage that can be done by alcohol too, so it brings you closer to your base instinct. Like, you know, you're not able to repress George's base instinct was to be a sweetheart. Sarah's was not.
So it's like if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look up some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then
What's for dinner? Nothing. Liquid dinner again.
cook together and eat dinner. And then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
You're talking about this is like recent. I don't know. You kind of like lost me. Like when? What are you?
It was a while, like a little while ago. But
Because now you're talking about building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately, or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know. Oh, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife. When I say a monster, she's a monster. Like it does. She would.
That's another one. Every time I watch this, that's one where I just have to just pause and take it in. But his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Pot, kettle, black. Um, oh, another thing here too. Is she wearing the shoes that were beside the suitcase? Are those flip-flops in the interrogation room the same ones that were photographed by the suitcase? The ones that she probably stomped on the suitcase or took off so that she could stomp on the suitcase without falling on her drunk ass. But yeah, I think those are them.
Withhold her their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like been recent, but which is why he didn't even bother calling anymore because he knows if she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her. So therefore, he's
We're going to stop here for a quick plug for Paul and the sofa. Suma is in a conversation with Lakeisha Preload? No, with Tabby. And should suggest watching the reporting live from my sofa videos. And Tabby says, I haven't seen them, should I? And I'm going to chime in with what I'm sure Suma's going to answer here. Yes, you should. Paul is great. Paul is amazing. He's one of the first people. So I started watching Sarah Boone on Caricature's channel, and I liked it because she was a small community, small enough that you could read the chat, keep up with the conversation, but also really knowledgeable community. It wasn't a lot of people asking, why is this happening? Who's this guy? People knew who was who and what's what and how many. So I really like that. And people in the chat, I remember mentioning, I can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. And, I love Paul. Oh, I miss Roscoe. And so I, check out this guy. And he's fantastic. He's warm. He's friendly. He's just like a big teddy bear. Like he's got this just real down home. Where's he from? I think North Carolina, is it? Or North Carolina? Yeah, North Carolina, which is still south, but the north part of the south. So he's like rugged, but huggable, and lots to like about him. The takes he has on covering some of the worst things, I can see why he does his shows in the morning. Like if he live streams, it's almost always early, like early his time too, which is super early my time. It suits him. He's very, hey, we'll have a warm cup of coffee and let's talk about this for a minute. Definitely watch him. They interrogate everything. And that said, it's another great example of watching the progression of a YouTuber, because Paul's initial coverage of Sarah Boone, he has a bare bones setup compared to, his beautiful studio with the elk behind, with the backlit mirrors and, you know, he's got a really lovely setup now. You know, not that I don't have, you know, my features, but yeah, that's going to be little ad for reporting live from my sofa. He has two channels. There's another one that's more of the podcast, but 100% check it out. It's relaxing. You can listen to it to sleep, and it's familiar content. The Sarah Boone stuff. If it's a good presenter that knows the story, or it's a good presenter that listens when they're reacting if they haven't heard the story, I can listen to so many different people with different takes and even different production skills. But Paul is one of the best. So there's an ad for Paul. Moving on.
Can't talk to his daughter. The other time,
Shoulder pads unite.
made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it. It doesn't matter.
That's convenient.
Like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday? Like,
No, I'm just saying, like, previously,
Okay.
why.
Margarite, welcome.
She plays a big
Stick
part.
around.
is that
We're having a lot of fun. We'll be here for a while.
Groceries and all that.
You can study in the background. We don't mind.
When I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
If you're just joining us, the audio's low. The captions are as loud as I can make them, and I've even doubled their size. So
since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time?
let's do this for a bit.
He was zipped up in the luggage. What time he went upstairs?
We started.
Okay, we're not going to move the chair anymore.
Good job.
You started the activities around 4.
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious
Yeah.
if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside so we could do
What
stuff.
time, do you remember what time that was?
You said you went up to bed around midnight,
Ish.
fell asleep
Ish.
at 30-ish.
Ish.
Those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
Like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about.
All right, stop there at 2502. Okay, remember when I talked about superfluous detail? The detective asked a specific question.
Okay, that's good too. He just said, so he's at 25 minutes into the interview, and his own stream is 54 minutes in. So he speeds up through the second half. We get a lot more interview and a lot less commentary, but just as a sign. So if we're 2.5 hours in now, I would say we've probably got at least an hour to go, hour and 15 minutes or so. And this will all go up on the live chat replay as well.
And she goes into, oh, well, you know, we started cleaning the house, and the detective gets her back on track. You
Don't
said
care
it was
about the
around
house.
4 o'clock, which she admitted. And she's like, oh, yeah, it was around 4 o'clock, and now she's going back into it. I think the female detective is doing a good job kind of keeping her on track. It does seem like she's starting to lose patience with her, and you know, it can be very difficult, even when you're not interrogating somebody, even when you're just trying to get information, and people kind of circle around on you to things that have absolutely nothing to do with why you're there or what you're there for.
Yeah, smoke them if you got them. I just bought this.
You know, I always hate taking reports, and you know, it starts off with,
Just
well, it
bought
doesn't have
these.
anything to do with what happened today. But in order to understand what happened today, you have to understand what happened 30 years ago. And then you just kind of sit there and you just throw your head back and you're like, this is going to be 4 hours of my life. I'm never going to get back to get like maybe half a paragraph of usable information. It's one of the amazing things they don't tell you about in the police academy. All right, so we're back here, 2502.
Little sore about the work that it takes to get usable information from a suspect. I just saw a comment here that I liked from Tanika. Sarah doesn't seem sad at all. Her energy is much more, my freezer's on the blink and all my ice cream melted. Drats. 100%. She doesn't know how to regulate the emotion. That's why it's always, at 100 or 0. Um, yeah, there's no shades. No shades. It's all a single shade of gray Sarah.
Ooh.
I had to guess. We weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then
You're talking about from hanging out outside and like, okay.
well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus, it started to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So
Gnats and mosquitoes. Maybe Florida people can help me with this because February seems early for gnats and mosquitoes. Is if it's seasonal, or I guess you could have them all year round there. Here, you don't have to worry about bugs until, geez, I'd say mid-May.
let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore. All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it, started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit, started to paint. Can you turn the music off? No problem. Started to talk, paint, whatever. Maybe.
Is when you went to hide upstairs.
Little ish on everything there.
We're like painting, so then it's like, okay, well, we can't. I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just.
It's kind of interesting. Sarah's so full of shit that she has to keep saying ish while she's talking about time.
So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship? When you
Might have a little breaking news here from Tabby. According to Brian Enton, something is going on with a SWAT team in Pima County. Yeah, please don't just leave to go check it out. Jeez, we've got to be careful about breaking news. Yeah, and I'm actually going to take a second to just share a little news from near my hometown. Tumbler Ridge, BC is a community that's quite a bit north of me, but it's a small town. I guess a quarter of the population of the town I'm in, just 2,400 people. And there was a school shooting with 9 victims plus the shooter, 25 people injured. It's brutal, absolutely brutal. And for a community that small, but I know here we have maybe you have 8,000, but I just couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. I think it's the way stuff like this is happening in the world. It's why I'm more comfortable, covering Sarah. Like it's for for as much as I can empathize with George's death, it's something about just following a familiar case instead of exposing yourself to every terrible story that's out there. So, you know what? I'm just going to take a quick second here. We're going to put up the memorial screen. I'll come back. I'll be right back. Like less than a minute. All right, the mic is back, and I'm ready to come back on as well. Thank you for bearing with me. Sometimes it's okay to get a little sad, but we're back. We're back and open for business. Let's just watch some video here, and I'll try and compose myself.
Have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there,
Yes.
and it was in play because.
I would never do that. I mean, we were playing
No, I know,
that
but
time,
I
but
Oh, I know.
Well,
Playing.
I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game. So
the suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad.
Okay, this might help get me back on track. I don't know if CSI saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out. Is this Sarah Dry begging to get the closet cleaned? What other reason to bring this up, right? So, oh, well, no, the CSI, they didn't go to the closet, Sarah. We're going to send a team, and now they clear out the closet, and Sarah can go home and, I was sick of looking at all this. That's great. That worked perfectly. Like, there's a joke about that where a guy is trying to dig up his backyard for a garden. So what he does is he calls the Crime Stoppers tip line and say, my neighbor's got, bones buried in his garden. So the police come and dig it up and then find nothing. And turns out that he just called on himself so that he could get the backyard dug over. Okay, that's getting me back on track here. But yeah, our closet, really bad, really, really bad.
Son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations, and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoes at my son's school.
no, we're just. I'm just.
Okay. Great catch by the male detective. Why did you say it like that? What he noticed? No.
You ever put no?
Yes, that vocal inflection that she got, and I love his tone. I love his demeanor. But why did you say it like that? That is a
Because I would
that is
never
a
do
huge
that.
catch, and you can kind of see the look on her face. She's kind of like, so.
And it's
So
impressive to
they're
be able
getting
to
to
pick
that
up the
point
look on
where
her
we're
face
starting to kind of get to the.
with this shitty camera. Like, the interrogation footage is so grainy and blurry, and still you're picking up. No!
They're starting to get to the truth of the matter. They're trying to figure out specifically. They started really broad, and now they're working back towards what's more consistent with what they know about the timeline. So we'll pick it up here at 27:29.
Asking out of the in the past, like.
All right, 27:29.
Have you
Here we go.
ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously,
No.
I understand. You're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is, in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we had a counseling upstairs and downstairs. Sorry.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No.
I think I took a picture of a dog.
I think I took a picture of the dog. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. And again, look at the interrogation room, and right under the Law and Crime logo, you'll see that laptop has just been sitting there, sucking on the batteries like Sarah sucks on a vodka cranberry at Muldoon's. I just came up with that. That was.
But your phone is password protected. You have the password. He has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else. you have the face and the password.
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face.
Well, I've got
correct?
a joke I make a few times here. When she says George would put her phone down his crotch, also with the keys, if she had FaceTime on the phone, and she has such a just, squishy face, I bet George could crotch her phone and unlock the FaceTime.
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me.
Vocal
that he
inflections,
looks
pay
at the
attention to
phone.
them.
Oh,
Ab,
I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did.
leading
Yes,
on.
it's me.
Okay. Does he have access?
Pay
to your phone?
attention.
Yeah.
2834.
How does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and get it to me and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like look, he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone. I'm
Yes.
assuming other than.
Welcome another one.
But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday.
Not that I'm aware of.
None that I'm aware of.
I guess I thought maybe
Well,
I could
we've
put
got some news for you.
Tess and
The dogs.
George and them dancing, but I mean, it's just Tess.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have something that I want to show you that we found.
Chelsea's been waiting so long to do this.
And it was from your phone. Can you see it?
Here it is.
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
I almost like that the audio is so quiet now, though.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Superfluous details. Telling you.
Your battery's about to die. Now, we'll pause right here. This, I think I could clip and make a Viagra parody, just out of the conversation for this part. And, it's terrible, but I've got to find humor so we can all laugh. So.
Battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
So just to take that clip, battery used to last longer than that. It used to last a lot longer. I don't know what happened. And then Chelsea, okay. I'm sure you could clip that in and then have like the, sunshine and hills and a blue pill. And yeah, there. We'll even just roll it back. Let's see, I'm at 101.59. Can I go back without going that far? Yeah, we'll go to 101.39.
Your battery's about to die.
Superfluous details. Telling you.
Battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Let me just grab something.
Battery it doesn't last very long. It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened. Okay. Just let me grab. And then have her like grabbing at, a shake weight. That would be great.
Well, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if
Yes.
you'd done a
Yeah.
I love how excited Derek gets by Scott. We're going to even go back again because Derek, the cowboy here, he takes about an hour to really settle into a video, but right there, like if he was able to do that constantly, he would be a very popular channel. Let's go to 101.31 again. Okay. But yeah, when Scott steps in and just says, well, we'll just let it go from here.
For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Superfluous details. Telling you.
There's a question in the chat. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Kitten Pusher asks, "It's crazy to me she doesn't remember the video. Or do you think she thought it was deleted?" And there's a few ways to go with that. So I think that either she deleted it, but the same night that she was pissed drunk and took it. So maybe, just forgot that she took it. I think it's more likely that she had no fucking idea. It just didn't even occur to her. Like, I think she was blacked out. She didn't delete the call to Brian. And, Brian deleted his call before realizing, oh shit, probably going to be on Sarah's phone. Because he fessed up to it pretty quick too, but didn't volunteer it. That's she says she called you. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I don't remember much of what she said. Just crazy, just blah blah blah. You know what that's like. Um, and good point from Suma. Kitten Pusher says to Kitten Pusher that video wasn't unusual for Sarah. It just happened, or he just happened to die that night. So Sarah had taken tons of drunken videos and filled up her phone to the point where I think she stopped doing it, maybe because she was getting the iCloud warning, and like, if you keep taking more pictures you have to pay so much a month to back up your pictures, and maybe that's why she stopped and then just deleted ad hoc. I need to delete 5 to take 4 more. A to B says, I think she was blackout drunk and doesn't remember taking the videos at all. Yeah. She's really giggling in the moment. Like there's, this is going to be something she's going to enjoy watching after. But if she'd seen it in the morning, she wouldn't just delete the phone. She would have destroyed the phone, like thrown it into the pond. It's weird how, we're so many years into it and there's still questions over such a simple person. Simple and complex. Enigmatic. A mystery wrapped in a riddle.
I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked.
Yes. Yes, the provable lie. The provable lie at 30 minutes and 28 seconds. Let's see what they've got. I hope they don't bury the lead on this, because there's nothing worse than, well, you get all excited about seeing something good and then you get let down. So let's see what this is going to be.
Quick pause to answer Kitten Pusher here too. She or he says, I guess I've never been drunk to the point of blackout or memory loss, and believe me, I've had my drunken moments. The closest thing to me would be where you wake up somewhere you don't expect to be. So there have been, probably count on my hand the number of times. But, enough that I'd have to think, can I count it on 1 or 2 hands? But anyway, that feeling like, you stayed at a party and someone says, you're not going home, sleep here. And you sleep, best sleep of your life, like, pass the fuck out. And then you wake up and you're not in your room and there's just that, the fuck, where am I? Is my kidney here? That's, where I could see that blackout feeling. So I'm usually able to piece together the evening better than the guys from The Hangover. Like I won't need my camera roll to trace the backstory. But yeah, in that moment of waking up somewhere where you're not supposed to be, or on a couch, especially if there's people that are like wandering around you and you wake up, the fuck, why am I here? Oh, dude, thought you'd never wake up. Hi. Is there a party here last night? Yeah, your friends left. Okay, I'm gonna go now too. Okay, bye. Oh, Canadians are so friendly. Let someone stay over they don't even know.
I would not do that.
I would do that.
Zip somebody in a suitcase?
No.
I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
I opened it with one finger. Like, does she not know how important opposable thumbs are to opening a zipper? Like, I guess she's just thinking that she could slide it along, but no, the opposable thumb is huge.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Same flip flops, Carolina. All right, bringing it back from the early
Your
points.
battery's about to die. So you hear somebody saying, Sarah,
Welcome,
Sarah,
Candace.
and then you hear, for everything you've done to me.
Yeah. Oh, they've got the.
Yikes.
It's back. The laptop's powered.
3058.
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
Oh, fuck you, Sarah. Fuck you. Is it long? I don't know how much I can take. The cluelessness, like to anything that you can't take watching, you did to the man that you can't take watching. Fucking baffling, the disconnect between words and the way she wants to present herself.
I don't know how much I can take.
You think you could take 2 minutes? Think you could take 11 minutes? 15 minutes? 8.5 hours? 12? 12 and a half-ish?
Do I have to watch this?
Did he have to stay there? I guess he did.
I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it.
The continuously throwing up may be from a issue that has to do with a little too much raising of the wrist.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on.
At everything?
That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
I really like Criminal Lawyer React's version of this because he can't watch it without doing an impression, so I'm going to do an impression of his impression. For everything you done to me. For everything you done to me.
Okay. There we go. At 31.
Fuck you.
Another inconsistent statement. It's been, I didn't put him in there. I didn't put him in there. I'd never put him in there. And then it's like, well, I didn't zip it up all the way. Inconsistent statements. So there we go. There we go.
Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. That's what you do when you choke me.
I was stop right there. 32-25.
That's that reaction there. Like he does clarify he's not laughing at George, but it shows when you've worked in law enforcement, when you've worked in fields that expose you to some of the worst of humanity, you get this sort of gallows humor. And I think any of us as true crime fans, we know, that we're obviously empathetic to the victims, but when you can get a laugh and it, is a true laugh, you just go with it.
The female detective. Well, it came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on there? Two completely different personalities as far as the detectives go, but I think they work well together. let's all right, so we're gonna pick it up 3225. Let's see where this goes.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, he had two fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over.
I didn't want him to be like that.
That's where it was.
There's two different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions.
For everything you done to me.
And you saying, fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in
Okay,
order
let me
for him
explain
to have
something
done
right
it-
here at 3252 real quick.
Yeah, tell
Okay.
us.
She's been read her Miranda warnings, but given that she has been Mirandized, she can still ask for counsel at any time. She can decide whether or not she wants to continue answering questions. If she decides that she wants to quit answering questions, she could ask if she's free to leave, and that would force the detectives to either let her go or place her under arrest immediately. But for somebody who understands her rights, she certainly doesn't seem to understand the concepts behind utilizing them.
So that comment right there is the difference between a cop doing commentary versus a lawyer doing commentary. Because lawyer, criminal lawyer reacts, brother counsel, Runkle of the Bailey, JD, a lawyer explains. All of them in like the first 30 seconds are like, you should get a lawyer. You shouldn't be talking in this situation. The cop has an hour. Well, he's done 2.5 hours of commentary. This is the first time he kind of brings up, she should have a lawyer. Because he's kind of dumbfounded by how much she's given away, too.
Which, for a law enforcement officer, is great. For a defense attorney, not so much. All right, so picking it back up, 3252.
And that's it. Just a little cursory. She probably should have a lawyer. But
It's flipped up normal,
Yes.
like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is not showing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table. Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't. How did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep,
Well, that's what you did.
but not intentional.
No, you told me you went up.
that one's one of my favorites, too, because it's not intentional. It's not intentional. Not intentional. Kind of like our killer.
Upstairs because
What?
you were
Stop
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Stop here.
Okay, but
Where's you?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out. Because there's the end.
It's and his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe?
That's
and
what
why
you
is
do
he
when you choke
pushing
me.
on it as if he can't.
Said I
choke?
can't breathe.
It doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
And if there was a hole, the damn hole didn't do no good.
I don't know like what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you. I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the
I
other video.
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a
No.
No.
Not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
When you say fuck you,
Not malicious.
then what is that?
what is it then?
fuck you mean to you.
What does fuck you mean to you?
If I were to tell my
Oh, like
partner,
he does. Like, I get called everything but a white woman, so.
I get called everything but a white woman. So same with me. I get called everything but a white woman. I've never been called a white woman.
My intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
but you went upstairs thinking
Whoa.
that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
what I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers, and
He'll
it
be up
looks
here any
like,
minute.
and then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you,
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think
Not
he's
able to
joking? You told me he was laughing, and I
Okay.
We were
the
before.
video, there's no
When he first got
laughing.
in there,
Okay, stop.
Oh, when he first got in there,
So
fucking
she's been
hilarious.
Denying. night.
Oh, we were laughing, we were rolling. He was stuck, so he couldn't do anything, but I was rolling laughing. It was so funny. I could barely remember to grab my camera and capture it forever.
Night this whole time. And then we're getting little bits of half truths. And now it's, well, I didn't intend to go up and fall asleep.
I just got called a white
So-
woman.
It's gone from I have nothing to do with this to leaning
I want to talk
towards
to the
it was an
manager,
accident.
Addie.
All right. The biggest problem she has right now is she was saying that
I'm going to pause to talk to Miss Shan, who says, Tanika, she was definitely Googling while cleaning up and came up with just say not intentional. I have my own theory on this. I think it's possible that when Brian came over and walked the fuck out, one of the things he may have said to Sarah before, well, he said call 911 several times. He said it before he came there. He said it when she phoned. But before she placed the call, I think Brian said something like, look, Sarah, just tell them it wasn't intentional, that it wasn't malicious, and then, just be honest and tell them, if that's what it was, tell them what happened and, hope for the best. So something like that. And I think she would have taken that on as a mantra, thinking, well, if Brian told me to say it, I'm just going to keep saying it, And there's a few times she tries throwing it to Brian, like, oh, I don't know if Brian told you this, if Brian told you that. So maybe she even, well, if they ask you anything, you say this and you say this. Promise? So I think that Brian may have been the person who dropped not intentional and not malicious, and maybe even from doing a quick lookup on the way, like, is it reckless endangerment? Is it... Anyway, yeah, that's speculation, but it's my theory.
it went from that she didn't zip it up, but now there's proof that she's manipulated the suitcase. Does that explain the bruising? Maybe he was trying to get out. Maybe scratched himself trying to, because if somebody can't breathe, it's not uncommon for them to scratch themselves. But now it's this whole thing is just a giant.
Okay, Fabio came up in chat, and I'm gonna have to see if Sinclair owns it. I'm not gonna show it to you. We're just gonna maybe take screenshots, and I'll do a video of it. Did anyone see Fabio get hit by a goose riding a roller coaster? Pretty off topic, but it's also a lot of fun. It's probably 20 years ago. Fabio's on one of those stand-up roller coasters where they belt over that big, shoulders harness, and you go, wheeling through. Anyway, it's not only Fabio on there. He's there, as the promotional guy, and he's got his beautiful hair and it's flowing, like, he's smiling on Fabio, and he's got that look. Everyone else, it's all these girls, like, oh God, I don't know if it was from a girls' school or if it was a nunnery, but they're wearing these, almost all white pure outfits, and, they're smiling. We're on a roller coaster with Fabio, and I guess coming around one corner, a goose just, bam, bounced off Fabio's face, and there's no footage of it happening, but there's the footage of them leaving the station, and then the footage of the train coming back into the station, and you see Fabio's face just looks like he got hit with a bag of potatoes. There's feathers, and he's not smiling anymore. Yeah, maybe I don't need to show it. I think that's better. And I bet Sinclair owns it, those bastards. But look up Fabio roller coaster goose after the feed. Last time I said that, I lost a bunch of people from the chat. I'll put a link in it, or I'll put a link in this post after. Yeah, Fabio.
And she's just painted herself into this horrible corner. And that video right there, those pictures, those do not play well. They don't play well with the detectives, where they can sit there and say, hey, you know what? We've all been there. It's happened to everybody.
Tanika knows about the
What
roller
they've
coaster.
essentially established with this is intent. Why he was in the suitcase, her complete indifference to the fact that he can't breathe.
Yeah, I'm committed to the end of this video,
She
Winter
just keeps
Lake.
going
So
back to everything you've done to me. I can't breathe. Yep, that's what it's like when
he's got a half hour left in his video. So imagine you guys got at least 45 minutes left of me. And if I can figure it out, we're going to close with the Brady Bunch short and the Family Ties shorts. I think that I know how to stream them now with audio, since this audio is working.
when you're choking me. Let's pick it up here at 35:15.
Both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to recording this?
No.
No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
and
I
you're
didn't.
the only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was like.
This is forever.
So pushing up on a.
I don't know if you all realize this. I heard someone say that this is only temporary, but for us, this is forever. This stream, this is forever.
Suitcase saying Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like I don't.
He's never been locked in a suitcase that's
No.
where he couldn't get out. So
It's kind of. I thought it was
and
the
you know
boy
the oxygen
crawling
is
wolf,
coming.
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my
But
plan.
but nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking? He is begging, and you're the only one laughing,
Okay.
and you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't. I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like it's like you guys are kind of trying to like
Feed me.
Like
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because I went upstairs and. Just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't mean
told
that
us
you.
several times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mhm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay.
Okay.
Where y'all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're trying to
get it.
figure out
We're
what you're
trying to
saying.
figure out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did. Like we were playing, and then like I.
Can you believe that? I just did. Like, oh, hold on. Are we dumb? Did we not get it? Oh, you were playing and then he committed suicide in the suitcase. Fuck. Fuck us.
Thought it was. My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to. He'll be up here any minute.
But you
Yeah.
willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you
Agree with Tanika here. Chelsea brought out the worst in Sarah. You see how Sarah looks exasperated and then glances at Scott? We didn't know yet how Sarah treats women. And yeah, I think she hates being grilled by a strong, independent, no fucks to give Chelsea, pregnant. Yeah, I think that it's killing her to use a Sarah-ism. This is killing me right now, guys. Can I just talk to the male cop?
consciously think he's asking to come out? He
I
can't
didn't do it
breathe.
intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
What do you think?
I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
What was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And what?
And then when he did it, knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase 30 minutes
And we know she didn't fall asleep. She made a phone call, apparently.
later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him. Maybe I shouldn't.
No.
Well, that didn't cross your mind because
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just.
Hey, Val.
The whole.
You tell us.
It's the drinking. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
It's the drinking.
We've narrowed it down. We've found a number one suspect. Stop looking at me. Start looking at the booze. The booze. It's not booze, but, you know, it looks like it could be a bar.
I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't.
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name. Don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing, never happened before. Okay. Emote a little bit more. Who is the one of these behavior guys? I think it might be Mr. G, but a liar likes a prop. And Sarah has no prop, so she's stuck doing jazz hands.
Would you leave someone else in a suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas,
Let's
right?
just cover up that.
I wouldn't do that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So, I just...
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's.
That was sharp.
That was not my intention.
Well,
Y'all don't have any idea what I've done for him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
No.
He did.
He did. She is so argumentative that even when Scott, like, I think this is an interview technique where you basically, it happened in the Chris Watts one, where they suggest, you know, oh, maybe Shanann did something to the kids and then you had to do something to Shanann. You present this less horrific scenario, this less personally judgmental scenario. So Scott's trying to do that. He's trying to like dog walk her to, you know, well, maybe you were just, you know, such a caring mother to your boyfriend and, you know, such a caring activities coordinator that you just got sick of not being appreciated. And her instinct is, no, he did. He showed.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally several times told him
cheated
just
on me.
fuck you.
Well, you
Well,
said it in the
said
video,
it
but you won't let us play the rest of it because you don't
And
want to...
When I say
told him.
cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition.
She goes boom. Like when I say cheating, it's on his phone. So she's trying to minimize it. Like, you know, I didn't really mean cheating. And then Scott says, but cheating's cheating. I think so too.
No cheating though, so I mean, that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video.
And Chelsea has no time for it. But, you know, your definition of cheating, not cheating, but your definition, you called it cheating, right? Okay. It's not what cheat means, but that's what you told him in the video, right?
I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
Okay.
That's how I felt when you said,
We're going to stop that at 40-30. Okay, so nobody's drunk, nobody's intoxicated, nobody's non-compos mentis, to use her words.
I love that Derek picked up on that quick. He's not even part of the community here.
They were impaired to the point where George didn't realize that he was in danger, and it didn't occur to her that after 30 minutes she needed to go check. Y'all, I almost don't even want to go any further with this because
You know you're going
I
to.
cannot imagine it's going to get any better.
It does get better.
You know what?
In for a dime, in for a dollar.
Bunch of y'all have commented. on the last video about how you're addicted to this case, and shame on y'all. You got me addicted to
What
it
am I
too.
gonna do?
So let's see where it goes. Pick it up at 40:30.
For Derek, he's down the rabbit hole with us.
This is
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
Direct quotes. Love it.
Set somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think? So you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you guys are trying to assume, or trying to like?
We're just the video
100% Margarita.
is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not. It is not leading up. It is not matching what statement you gave us in the car,
So,
and that's why we want to know.
and
the
I don't remember
injuries.
doing this.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I had thought about that?
Thought about the video, or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all
Gonna be right
are
back.
thinking that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what
Gonna
you
leave
are?
the video running.
Well,
Just
it's
be
not
right
an
back.
assumption when that's what you told us so that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video... I mean...
But I'm not gonna say.
You thought he could
Those
get out
are-
on his
yes.
but the video shows that he can act it out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
Is what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got.
But the zipper part is broken. That
Yes, which is
helped you
why we were
observe
gonna
it.
zip it. I just.
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily. So that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside too. I don't know how.
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could? He was
I don't know.
he's
Like I don't
begging,
know if you
asking.
saw like where the hole was. I don't know.
I didn't see the hole.
No
I
one
didn't
sees
see
the
no
hole.
fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that's what I'm saying. Like he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it's flipped over onto this right side,
Back.
again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping
Interesting.
it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
Please
I'm
do not
assuming. I
assume.
haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not. Again, oh good.
So
I got
at
him in there. Now-
43:15, the detective asked about the video, which she has claimed up to this point to have no knowledge of making. And then when asked about it directly, she keeps trying to neutralize, rationalize, and justify her actions, just like any other criminal. And when you're sitting here watching,
Neutralize, rationalize, and justify.
it's I wondered, because a lot of you have referred to Sarah Boone as a narcissist in the comments, and
Correctly.
just the little I'd seen in news clips and stuff like that. I never really understood where you
Hey,
were coming
Dorgan,
from with
welcome.
that. And after watching this, I'm like,
I must have missed you earlier.
I made the comment about if you turn this
Rita's
video
got a
into
bedtime
drinking
gummy
game, and every
kicking
time she
in.
said you took a drink, you'd have cirrhosis by the end. It's not even a 2-hour video, and this constant. You understand? She keeps trying to make herself out to be either the victim or the hero, depending on.
And this is where I think it's a little like a choose your own adventure book. It's like she gets to certain scenarios and she sees it play out to where like, oh, they still think I'm the bad guy. Well, let me go back to page 62 and then I'll take choice to page 36 and I'll take the choice to page 7. And this time I'll say not malicious instead of not intentional. And I'm still in jail. But yeah, I think she flips around so many times, and there's like 3 or 4 main tracks that she uses to, okay, well, let me just try and go back to that point and then veer left instead of right.
the line of questioning. And in any case, she's not doing herself she's not doing herself any favors. She's contradicted herself about the events of the day, about the amount of alcohol, about whether she was impaired or not, or being non compos mentis. Um, oh, she
Oh,
is
good. I
all
didn't miss
over
too
the
much here
place,
then, Dorgan.
and I feel like normally I have a pet peeve about detectives talking over each other and asking multiple questions and stuff like that. So here, I think things are kind of falling apart. But really, to get to this point,
This is
I think they've done a pretty good job. I mean, if there's anything they should have done up to almost 45 minutes in, I don't really know what that could have been.
I'm going to let that pause there because this is key commentary by him again. So he can see it's falling apart a bit, but I think the key law enforcement perspective, and he's a supervisor of police officers, at least at some point in his career, he knows that they've gotten enough information at this point of the interview. Things are kind of tailing off because what more is there to get? And we know there's still a whole nother, hour of the interview, which, is probably going to be another 3.5 hours of live stream of just this interview, too. So, and it's breaking down at this point. The next hour, stay tuned, next Friday Night Ramble. But yeah, it doesn't get better. We know how it just continues and continues. It's like the interrogation that does not end. But it's great. Like it's almost like a techno song where it's like that same repetitive beat and you don't realize how long you've been listening to it, but then there's a new variation. You're like, oh, I kind of like this. And, it's good with the hi-hat and the bass and the this. And the interrogation just goes and goes and goes and flows. And, anyway. Let's take it from where you were, Derek.
But man,
Can you pop in a link to the member joining page? I wonder if I can.
I'm sitting here in my head trying to think of.
I think if you're trying to join as a member, you just click. Oh, do you just click the money beside the chat? Send me money, send me money, send me money. I wonder if I can. Let me see if there's a way I can do that. Community, no. Analytics, no. Membership, okay. Oh, it's going slow. I've got other things going on. Guess what? We'll pause. I'll quickly explain the membership strategy. Lowest tier of membership is the only tier of membership. $1 a month, US, $1.50 Canadian. I won't be unlocking super chats. If you want to give more than $1, give a gift to 5 people and or 10 people, or somebody gave 20 today. But yeah, give the gift. We'll all just have fun. There's no membership benefits aside from the emojis and badges. Why is this not working? My phone has frozen. That's fine. So yeah, feel free to. Okay, the chat's frozen. Everything's frozen. Feel free to. Oh, now things are happening. Dorgan has joined the only level. Welcome, Dorgan. So yeah, it's $1 a month. If you can't, don't worry about it. Just it's not even a can't thing. If money's tight for you, don't worry about me. Nothing extra is going for membership. I appreciate it, and certainly if you want to, I definitely appreciate it. But I don't want anyone feeling like they need to or anything like that. And that's why I'm not doing super chats, is because I'm doing this for the love of doing it more. There's nothing I'm collecting for. I don't have a GoFundMe or anything like that. So yeah, if you want to give more than $1 a month, give gift memberships and get other people as part of the community, and we'll all just keep having fun and enjoying each other's company. The one thing that may happen in the future, if I do a higher tier of membership, it could be as much as $25 a month, and that would be for people who want to participate in funding like an upgrade. So I turn this little hallway I'm in into a studio with soundproofing on the walls, and so yeah, if something like that's going to cost several $1,000s, I'll open up memberships at a higher tier for people who want to get a sponsorship credit at the end of the video. But at this point, I'm just happy to have you guys here. So yeah, that's the membership bit. Let's see if I can find a link though for members. Sure. No, I don't know how to share. Nope, I don't know how to share that. Maybe that. Maybe this is just my channel. This has been a side quest that's gone nowhere. Polynomial Purebred has found it quicker than I could post a link to my own channel. It's not even the membership link. You try, you learn. Welcome to the only level. Dorgan and Polynomial has joined our crew of fun people. Your badge is the Sarah Boone that I painted from the Family Guys logo. Family Ties.
Okay, is there any kind of defense I can make for this? And I'm just like, nothing's coming to mind.
That's pretty good too. Sorry to just cut you in for like 6 seconds there, or not 6, it was like a sixth of a second. But Derek has been approaching this case as though he was hired by the prosecution to help, build a case, focus on the best evidence to bring at trial, places to ask more questions, but that sort of professional opinion. This is the first time he's turned it around and said what he would do if he was hired by the defense, and he's like, I don't know what, I don't know what to tell you. She's guilty as fuck.
Well, and I think there are 8 attorneys who are thinking the exact same thing. So pick it up.
Just gonna go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit, like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase,
She's been drinking.
and then watches that
Probably went to
video?
sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
You like consciously had to walk upstairs. I mean, you obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame from that, and you specifically told me that.
Time frames.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I am sick. Especially
I appreciate you sticking it out, Tanika. This is getting late now on the eastern coast. I'm competing with the Saturday Night Live time slot.
That he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has 2 fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different. And it actually
Got about 20 minutes left of his video.
again,
Say about 30 minutes left of mine.
him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So, but my thing is
Say
that
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
but the
we're telling
finger,
you it's on.
but so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was.
Lie. It just happened to be whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else, that happened to be when he wasn't doing what he was doing. So she's already laying that, oh, he was begging sweetly while he was on video, which I don't remember taking, but I totally remember that in between the 2 videos, Oh, he was bad. Oh, he was violent. I don't remember taking the first video or the one after, but in between, that would have been when he was doing all the bad stuff.
that in there.
And you also in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere on that where the zipper separates that you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
Interesting. We got a new angle from Single Moms. Vampires did it. He's innocent.
But the video shows him attempting to get
Single
out,
Moms might
begging
need to
to get
watch a little bit more Sarah Boone
So
coverage.
that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
It would explain the marks on the back of the neck.
I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
it is terrible.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever.
She corrects them on terrible. This was horrific. Yeah, it's terrible. Horrific! Like, terrible is a synonym for horrific.
Ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then
Bodega cats sound cool.
whom I
Like
love.
laid back cats.
It was not intentional.
Remember the cat's name from Clerks, the black and white one? Annoying customer. Customer act. Oh, cute cat. What's his name? Annoying customer. That's rude.
I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him or anyone else. Not intentional.
You intentionally
Not
went up to bed.
intentional.
I didn't
Actually
intentionally
left
go to
him.
bed because I'm thinking, okay,
Hold
good,
on,
he can
hold
get
on.
out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going
I
to
think
bed.
this is where she says it.
Waiting for him.
To
And
what?
he's gonna come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's
normally do when you go
whatever
to
you're
bed?
gonna do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you
What
mean?
do you mean?
What is a bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So
Right.
But
you
obviously
do
you
what?
can tell too that like I've
You
been
go to
drinking
bed
also.
to do what? Okay.
Obviously, you can tell too that I was
Grasping at
drinking.
straws.
You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which yes, you can tell that I had been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep.
She seems to be trying
Is
to
that what you all are trying
gain
to do?
control of the
So she's trying to argue because I'm not the type of person with compos mentis that would lock a guy in a suitcase. And I lived in the same house where a guy died in a suitcase from someone locking him in. You couldn't assume I did it because you know I'm not the type of person to do that. Fucking circular logic.
interview. She's doing a poor job
I'm
of it.
simply asking you to explain to me.
Single mums are already catching up to us.
Everything
Welcome to the
was
group.
fine and dandy.
All right, we're going to have to go back.
Call it
Everything
fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy.
Yeah, let's just get a little channel shout out from Sarah. Thank you.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't want to call it
Everything.
fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy.
Explain
You
to me
also,
how.
okay, for everything was fine and dandy.
I don't want to call
Everything.
it fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy.
Explain
You
to me
also,
how.
okay, for me to tell you this again.
Oh, that's also good too. So we're going to go back. But just as she's doing the fine and dandy thing, you see what Chelsea's doing? Chelsea's looking up what wasn't fine and dandy.
So
What do you
goes
normally
off
do when you go
whatever
to
you're
bed?
gonna do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
Do you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to...
Hey,
Hold on,
good, he
hold
can get
on.
out.
What do you
Goes
normally
off
do when you go to
whatever you're
bed?
gonna do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean? Also, okay, for me to tell you this again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
Exactly. It's like when you see the movie and like, oh, they said the title.
I don't know.
Chelsea starts just playing the video to fuck with her.
Want me to tell you because this was not in any way I didn't kill him.
Derek makes a great point after this, so
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll
Holding
get out
to-
no harm. Because you don't.
Then he doesn't.
Regular
You don't
answer.
go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved.
And dozed off.
You admit to moving the suitcase like over. So
Roll it.
you roll it over. Like it's not like
I didn't want it to be like that.
I didn't want him to be like that.
you didn't want him to be upside down. How do you even get upside down?
Right.
Fuck you.
You guys are killing me right now.
Didn't want it to be like
These
that.
video shows.
You guys are killing me.
That's how he talks to me most of the time.
And that's how he talks to me.
I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was.
That's why I called Brian. He's the only one who knows what to do when things are horrific.
5 minutes later, I called you guys. Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless,
Sure,
I had to, like,
I've
try
called
to-
911
So,
almost as much as
so
Brian in the last
4932,
week,
I
but
want to clarify something. I'm not laughing at George being in the suitcase.
I'm laughing at this crazy ass bish.
What I'm laughing about is the female detective playing that.
Yes.
And if you want to see what happens when you disrupt somebody's OODA loop, just
The
look at
OODA loop,
Sarah the
there we
first
go.
time she hears George say her name. And
We did define what an OODA loop is, didn't we? Or did we just talk about that earlier and we never got to it? Because he explains it, but this is where the OODA loop comes in. So OODA loop is something about orient, observe, distract. I wish I knew what the assess. Okay, so those are the 4 stages, and you want to keep messing with someone. So you want them to have to reorient themselves in the situation. So while Sarah's giving her bullshit answer to Scott, Chelsea just quietly goes over to the laptop and pulls up the video and starts playing it in the background. And that's fine. Sarah's still just going through her bullshit, focused on Scott, looking at Scott. And then out of the corner of her ear, she hears, "Sarah, I can't breathe, babe." And she looks like, because she finally registers. And I don't know. Good pickup by the cop here.
That's exactly. She's so far off her game. She's so far out of her league. She's punching so far above her weight class. Yeah. She should have lawyered up. She should have lawyered up as soon as they read
She
her.
should have
Miranda rights.
lawyered up.
And now here's
No
the thing.
cops give that advice, but he's watching her is like, fuck.
I don't see any way this video gets suppressed. Absolutely none. Unless
This is
there's-
also good for him. Good.
Unless there's-
He's calling this out in July, but he says, I don't see any way this video gets suppressed. So Owens should have watched Cowboy Criminologist instead of wasting all that time trying to get this video suppressed.
something I'm not privy to. Like I said, this is, like I said, completely theoretical exercise. And so we're having to take some things as true, and we're having to make a fair set of assumptions, but barring anything unseen, I don't see anything that's going to keep this from being admitted into court. But the female detective knows how powerful that video is, and the fact that Sarah says, "This is going to make me throw up. I don't want to see that." And so she turns the computer and she hears it, so she can hear that voice after Sarah just said, what did she say? "I've been without him for a day now." Powerful stuff. I like it.
Mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out. And do CPR, and then called you guys. And it was continually doing CPR.
CPR.
On the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
She just letting it play. Just letting it play.
It just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but that, he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too,
You
like,
chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes
So
walk
maybe it
back
was
down and
positional
check on
asphyxia.
him.
no, wait 1 second, because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So
Because why would Sarah bother looking at the clock? She hasn't held a job in, months. Doesn't give a shit if it's her day or Brian's day. She knows Brian's going to call 40 times back to back to back to back to back until she answers it. So why bother remembering what day's hers and what day isn't? Sarah goes through life like a non-player character. Doesn't didn't need to take notice of the time. That's how inconsequential Sarah's was to the world and its rhythms.
for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless
again-
of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf.
The
Again.
boy calling wolf.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Number one.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. They'll give you 5 minutes or so.
Just 5 minutes for what?
12 hours after the fact is generally a little
videos,
late.
one video's at 11:12 and the next
That's
one's at 11:23.
the most annoying Chelsea talkover for me. Most of it I can forgive because she's the one who's supposed to lead the interview. But that was one where 5 minutes for what? Let that one sit. That one could have just sat in a silent room for a minute, 2 minutes. Just let Sarah just think about it. But yeah, who knows? Maybe just let him squirm.
You actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple.
Good point from Dorgan. If she's saying it's the boy calling wolf, if we know the story about the boy who called wolf, he didn't just call wolf once. He called it again and again and again until the point that townspeople didn't believe him anymore. So George, he didn't just say once. This is something where he's probably been in fear of his life many times. And to the point where, oh yeah, no, he said that he was near death before, but turned out he was alive the next morning. Can't believe anything he says.
Times. I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
were you punishing him?
no, just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got. This is what you make.
Sarah's a wolf in cheap clothing.
Me feel like.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
He's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again. Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is.
Derek.
Let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging
when he,
Sarah is holding herself back. She wants, and the arms are out. She wants to get up and fucking, I want it. Like no battered woman ever. She's wanting to come, like, she's doing all she can. This is Sarah in 100% lockdown. She's trying to hold every emotion back, and this is what's getting out.
so like for like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like I,
Minimum 11, but yes, go ahead. It's a few. 11 minimum.
but
For one video.
Well, in between the two videos, it's
Between the
11
two
minutes.
videos. Okay.
So,
so what?
Plus the 2 minutes he's on the video, so it's 13 minutes, plus the 2 minutes after,
Let
the
me out.
15.
You say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like,
Again, it's the
no.
boy calling wolf.
Again,
Okay, but
just trying to
See that
repeat back to that
hesitation
one
there?
and see if that, is going to lead to a different adventure.
Obviously, like the wrong way.
I'll stop there.
what was your
5340.
intention for leaving him?
So that was a good question. Were you punishing him?
We're close to the end here.
A big breath, like she had to catch herself, and then she, man, there's a lot of good stuff to be learned about interview and interrogation, facial expressions, body language that can be learned from watching videos like this. And you're going to see some good stuff and you're going to see some bad stuff. And earlier today, while I was trying to figure out the videos and I was checking out my YouTube channel, I saw the behavior panel did something on this, and the title of the video was like, "Is this the worst interrogation ever?" or something.
This is a great part too. So this, just like me, if I'm doing a video, I want to make sure that I'm not doing the exact same video that someone else did. Like, I want to have a fresh perspective. And at the same time, you can't watch the video to make sure, or you're going to be influenced by it. So sometimes, but you want to see what's out there. So before he did his Sarah coverage, he looked at the behavior panel. He sees the title, "Is this the worst interrogation ever?" But he didn't watch the video. He wanted to keep it fresh for this. And so this is his, he knew he was colored by that. But he was expecting it to be worse. And as a law enforcement supervisor, it's like they got everything they need to. So far, so good.
And in context, I'm thinking maybe they were talking about Sarah Boone and not about the detectives. I didn't watch it. I didn't want.
She
to
looks like a runner,
in my opinion, or anything. But the whole point of interview and interrogation,
balls of a
it's
burglar,
fact-finding,
indeed.
and it's trying to determine culpability. There are a lot of things in this video that are not going to play well to a jury. I'm going to pick it up at 5340.
And it's not fair. It is not fair.
It's not
you guys
fair.
are trying to, again, oh,
Assume.
he's in there. Night, night.
Night, night.
That's what
Well, she
happened.
gets snippy.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and
And
check
it's
on
the
him.
whole 30 minute thing that you
5403.
guys are
Given
trying.
that alcohol is not generally a staple in most prison commissaries, she's telling the truth. I mean, alcohol can be made in the prison system. I mean, it's rare and it's pretty controlled.
Save your honey buns.
So it's almost like she's always finding something to blame. There's always some outside influence that has nothing to do with Sarah. It's alcohol. It's his family. It's everybody around me. It's all these circumstances. It's everything is against us, but it has nothing to do with me or my actions. And lack of personal accountability is a trait that you would expect to see in a narcissist. So, you know what? Those of you who referred to her as that, you are not wrong, and you have certainly done your homework. So, you know what? Gold star for y'all.
And I love how he comes, like, he went into the beginning of the video, like, some of you guys say narcissist. I don't know if I've seen enough to see that. And now we're into the video. You guys are probably right. It's probably good call on that. Thanks for pointing me in the right direction in the comments. We're almost done his portion of the video. This is kind of interesting too. So now we know there's 5 minutes left in his video. He hasn't said anything about leaving. Watch how quickly he goes from considering his intro, when he decides to wrap it up, how quickly it's done.
So let's pick it up.
I don't care about that.
Whatever. Like, for all I know, it was 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you
What
can
did you
tell us
intend?
why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing.
Minimum.
But again, I'm thinking he'll be up here any minute. But then I go out.
Well, my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. If
Right,
you said
I know.
that,
I
you
don't
said this
know.
was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. Well, obviously that's.
He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing.
So what is it you're trying to, like,
I'm just trying to figure out why.
why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag? Why was he in the bag? I didn't have any motivation.
Me and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and going to hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, I'm gonna go to sleep.
That's excluding, that's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head.
I agree, Dorgan.
He has a
Oh my
bump on the
gosh.
thigh. I mean,
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair.
I
at
don't know
all.
what you all want me to
So-
tell you.
In that last portion, you can see how the detectives are starting to scoot toward her a little bit, and it's man, it's this video is wild. Like I had no idea. I completely see why people are so focused on this case. But I'm gonna stop right here.
Here we go.
That leaves me 1 hour on this other side to do another video because it's this bad 55 minutes 49 seconds in. I can only assume it's not going to get any better. And so like I said, I think we'll put a pin in it and we'll break this up into two videos. So this will wrap up part 1 of the interrogation. Y'all, I hope you can kind of see how watching these videos is good training for budding investigators, and they did a good job. That first 20-30 minutes of the video is they're locking her into a story, and once they've got her pretty much committed to a story, which I think we can all agree was kind of everywhere, once they got her locked into that story, they hit her with that provable lie. The video that she had no idea had gotten on her phone, and then she tried to blame it on everything. It was the alcohol. All of these things start coming out of the woodwork.
Tealwood rules.
And when you're sitting here and you're watching her, you're just starting to see that the more she's not believed, the more agitated she gets. And I think the easier it is to see who she really is. So anyway, y'all, thank you so much for spending some time with me. I hope you found this video as interesting as I did. I can't speak for the rest of the video so far, and I'm not going to watch it. I want to have off the cuff reactions to everything that's going on. But I think the detectives in this case did a phenomenal job. Um, if they could have done anything better, I don't know what it would have been. And as far as Sarah Boone, man, uh, there are 8 lawyers in Florida who are just hearing the bells of freedom right now because they dodged a bullet. Y'all, I'm Derek Judd for Cowboy Criminology. Of course, I am the Cowboy Criminologist. We'll talk to you next time.
Out. Okay, I don't have the rights to his music. He's got it licensed, so that's enough of that. So yeah, that was the Cowboy Criminologist. And yeah, I think any hitting the bed talk in chat is probably people just doing their Sarahs. Hitting the bed. I didn't pass out. I just hit the bed. And we are getting close to wrap up. I'm going to experiment a little bit here. I'm going to try and set the scene with a couple of my shorts with audio this time. There we go. Thank you to the founding members. This is there's oh yeah, that's Lola and that's the cat. Are they up on screen? I wonder. No, they're not. Okay. I don't. Okay, so I'll close this and we'll change the input. Get rid of the cowboy. Yep. Goodbye for now. So it is just me. Okay. There we go. Coming to you from the Dandee True Crime Bunker. Little look at the accoutrement. We have lights, we have camera, we have action. Open for business. I am going to try to share. Let me see. If we're on this channel. So at this point, let me just do some thank yous too. Thank you. Oh my God. All the memberships it just blows me away. It was 4 months ago I started this channel. I thought that I was just going to do shorts and kind of hide in the background and, be this, oh, who's this Dandee guy? And then the third rail stuff kind of made me express my voice early and often, and I'm not stopping. I just really appreciate the support and being able to create for this community. I want to expand a little bit, but not too much. I think that I want to focus on this niche as long as there's meat on the bones. So we'll be doing this for a bit. And on that note, let me just try and find a couple videos from my collection while I learn this software. A little shout out to Prism Live. That's some free streaming software that seems to work pretty good. They don't use a watermark. They don't force me to do I've been shouting them out each time, I think partially because they have run such a clean screen. You saw the bar that was in front of poor Derek's screen on that, and that was sad. Okay. I might not be able to recite what I'm doing and actually be effective doing it, which is the danger in this business. So I will talk. It is a good thing that I do talk. When I worked for Starbucks, the staff kind of made fun of me because I talked my way through each transaction, partially because it was a fast learn. I transferred over from EB Games for the filthy lucre of the coffee money. It turned out I wasn't much of a morning person, so Didn't work out as well as I thought it would. But while I was working, I would always say, okay, and that's hit this button and an F5 and an F6, and I give you 33 and change. And do you narrate everything you do? I didn't realize I narrated anything I did. Okay, that's
Here's
the
a
channel.
story of a crazy lady.
You guys maybe are getting that
man
audio.
that worked for Ace. Her
Copy.
forgiveness gold is like no other. She locked him in a case. It's a story of a zany lady who fired every lawyer she had known.
Okay, let's
She
bring
was
that to
facing a life in prison, but she was all alone.
Do.
Till the one day that Miss Crazy met this fellow, and Judge K knew that he must be blunt. Judge Greyrock, he wasn't playing, and that's the way she became the pro se. The pro se.
I don't know if you guys can hear the background
That's the
audio.
way she became the pro se.
No, that's
This show was recorded
not
for
what I
the
wanted to
Dandy
happen.
studio audience.
Here's a story
Maybe it is
of a
working.
crazy lady who dated a man that worked for Ace.
Okay, that's no good.
Her forgiveness gold is like no other. She locked him in a case. It's a story
Okay, that's not
of a
good.
zany lady who fired every lawyer she had known. She was facing a life in
I
prison,
can't figure it out by the
but
third
she
time.
was
I'm not gonna
all
listen to it.
alone. Till the one day that Miss Crazy met this fellow, and Judge K knew that he must be blunt. Judge Greyrock, he
Yeah, I
wasn't
don't think
playing,
that's gonna work.
and that's the way she became the pro se. The pro se. The pro se. That's the way she
became the pro se. La, da, 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 da. Okay. Okay, we'll try it with family, guys.
Getting that he was
So
in
you
the
guys were
suitcase.
playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So
Okay.
he thought
What
it would be
is
funny to
going
be
on?
put in the suitcase. So I was
Here's a
getting that he was in the
Okay. Okay. This will be the last video because I'm running on fumes here. I'm losing it. My mentis is compost. I've composted my mentis. That's what I've done. That's the flaw in my plan. Okay. That. Go there, delete that. Command paste. That's it.
Well, it's like you've been in jail for a million years.
Why do you not care?
And we know you deserve to be there
For
a million more.
Miss Boone, court sentences you to life.
Like George stopped breathing while you were pissed. And you can't remember what you ever did before. What would we do, baby, without Boone? What would we do, baby, without Boone? Because there ain't no other mother I'd listen to. What would we do, baby, without Boone? Shatting our lives.
All right, that was.
Do 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 do
Yeah,
do
yeah, yeah,
do
yeah.
do 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 do. Well, it's like you've been in jail
Okay.
for a million years.
One more.
Why do you not care?
Hearing
know
but
you
not seeing.
deserve
Oh
to
no,
be
maybe
there.
we're one back though.
For a million more.
Miss Boone, court sentences you to life.
Like George stopped breathing while you were pissed.
That was the night we kissed.
And you
yeah.
can't remember what
What
you
we
ever
ever
did
did
before. What would we do, baby, without Boone? What would we do, baby, without Boone? 'Cause there ain't no other smother mother I listen to. What will we do, baby, without Boone? Shatting our lives.
Okay. Okay, that's interact. That's enough of that. You calm. Too repetitive. All right. Do we want one more? You guys want one more? We can do one more, but at this point, it's been 4 hours and 12 minutes, and the stream will have to end in 4 hours and 20 minutes for a 4 hour and 20-minute break. Smoke them if you got them. I just bought these. Okay, I think there's one more in me. I'll go back to my page. I have to pick something that doesn't have any real music in it, so lots of my shorts are out. And it also has to be a parody if I'm using lyrics. So let's see, we'll go to shorts. Can't do that, can't do that. Oh, can't do Lowell Prison. There's some good ones here. All right. We're going to do Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon. So we can all smoke.
Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon.
Yeah. We're going to do Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon. The lyrics are on the screen, so you can sing along. It's going to take me a while to get it right, so we'll at least play it 3 times through because it's a short song. And then we can say our goodbyes and take our 4 hour and 20-minute break. Salute. Okay, so closing that. Ditching it. Yes. Adding. Getting. This is why I prepare stuff before the show. No, that's not going to work. This is blue. Add. Okay, we don't want that. This is how the sausage gets made, folks.
Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon lived in apartment 3 and frolicked in the Woodbridge mist in pink shorts and a faded tee. Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon lived in apartment.
Okay, here I am.
She frolicked in the Woodbridge mist until she moved to the OCC.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon lived in apartment 3 and frolicked in the Woodbridge mist in pink shorts and a faded tee. Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon lived in apartment 3. She frolicked in the Woodbridge mist until she moved to the OCC.
I didn't hear you singing out there.
Everything
You were all
was
just
fine and
listening
dandy.
along. You were toe tapping, but
Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon lived in apartment 3 and frolicked in the Woodbridge mist in pink shorts and a faded tee. Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon lived in apartment 3. She frolicked in the Woodbridge mist until she moved to the
Until she moved. See, we
OCC.
didn't get that right.
Everything was fine
Last
and dandy.
chance.
Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon lived in apartment 3 and frolicked in the Woodbridge mist in pink shorts and a faded tee. Sarah the Blue-Eyed Dragon lived in apartment 3. She frolicked in the Woodbridge mist until she moved to the OCC.
That was good. I heard you in the back.
Everything was
I heard the
fine and
Sopranos. I heard
Sarah
all the good people
Blue-Eyed
there.
Dragon lived in apartment
Switch it.
And frolicked in the
We're going
Woodbridge
to-
mist in
Nope.
pink shorts and a faded
You gotta stop. You gotta
tee.
stop.
Sarah the blue-eyed
Go away.
dragon lived in apartment.
I said no more.
She
Oh,
frolicked
it's
in
persistent.
the Woodbridge mist until she moved to the OCC.
All right. Apartment 3 with you and me. Okay, that's gone. We will do that. There we go. I think we are no longer open. The store is closed. The mocking will have to continue on another day. Fridays are a great day for mocking. We will mock in the morning. We will mock in the evenings. We will mock all around the clock. I'm going to mock from Friday till broad daylight. Sunday, fun day. Happy day. Monday, Tuesday, Brian's days. Wednesday, Thursday, still not my days. But Friday comes, the weekend's here. Drink until I can't remember. These days are yours and mine. They're all for wine. These days are yours and mine. I want some wine. Give me some wine. Happy days. Okay, I'm not far from the happy days one. I'm not far. We've got things, we're working on it. I've had a really lovely time. I am a minute 30 away from doing my Texas goodbye. That's what I'm going to call it now until Derek says he has a problem with it. We'll be shutting down this stream, and I'm only leaving a minute and a half for goodbye after 4 minutes and 18 seconds of hello. But there's always a time to say goodbye. I think this went well. I think this was fun. I definitely like the new MacBook. I can see there's lots of potential here, but I'm going to keep it real. I'm not going to get all fancy smanchy. I'm just going to be the best Dan D I can be, because you guys are fine and I'm Dan D. Not quite the end of the stream. We're very close. I thought there might be an appearance from the cat. Tanika, if Sugar Bear's out there. Sugar Bear likes to do a Donald Duck impression, and I can't do any words, but it's my impression of Sarah running away from the chickens. That's Sarah the Duck on The Sanctuary, of course. No real Sarah. All right. You guys are all so fine. I'm Dan D, and this